Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, American Nightmare, American Dreams, Poof, buy assets. Let's talk about it. Come join us. Let me know what you think. And welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Stop Struggling Now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you so much for being here. Please share the videos because you never know who's out here that needs a little bit of help, knowledge, because a lot of people need help these days financially. I'm going to start off with something straight out of the box because let me find it. U.S. Department of Labor apparently has some jobs, 30 million in grants to train American workers for jobs in high demand emerging industries. Now, I just have a question. What are those high demand emerging industries? That's what I want to know. That's really what I want to know. High demand is one thing, but priority industries for the grants include artificial intelligence infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, okay, nuclear energy, domestic mineral production, and information technology. Yeah, you generally have to study and get those skills up. So, you want to go get a grant so you can get some training. That would be awesome. I'm going to put a link down below in the chat room, wherever you're at. Check your chat room because that's pretty cool. Go there. And also, what's cool is findhelp.org, which also has nonprofits that can help people with job training, which makes it very, very special. Now, you guys know we talk about American Nightmare and American Dreams, but we always have a solution for no matter whatever the problem is financially. It's just you're going to have to make the decision as being the CEO of your life. Now, let's get into it because first things first, I have to show some love for our own Professor Auntie Val and family. It's getting a little chilly, but it's staying a little warm in the northern areas. You just never know what the weather's going to be, but you should have your tea and you should have your coffee. Beachfrontjava.com is what I'm referring to. That's the place to go. Beachfrontjava.com with coffee beans out of this world from Indonesia, Africa, Central America, and South American beans, some of the best in the world. And she has Ziploc bags, and it comes in 5-pound bags all the way down to a half-pound bag with 20 different varieties of coffee. That's right. There's going to be something you love. But the most important part, how do you get a discount? You use the promo code SSN Lifestyle for life because after your first order, you receive discount for life. Beachfrontjava.com. And some of you are thinking, Eric, I only like fine ground. Okay, no problem. She has that. I like drip ground. So I have drip ground beans. She has that. Some of you say, I like the little cup, the Keurig. She has that. And then some of you like to actually grind your own. Whole beans. She has that. So go to beachfrontjava.com, use the promo code all caps SSN Lifestyle and then order again and you'll receive a discount for life. All right. That's the love we have to share because it's hard out here. It's rough out here. A lot of people are trying to do their American dreams, but they're being fought back by the American nightmare. And I'll give you a perfect example. If you are an importer in the United States, meaning you get products from outside of the country and you resell them in the United States, that's what Amazon does. That's what Walmart does. That's what Target does. That's what automobile industry does. Grocers get products from outside of the United States. If somebody says there's a tariff, that means prices go up for you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're the business, obviously they go up for you for being the importer. But then I have to pass that on to my customers. I'm not going to absorb 20%. Are you serious right now? First of all, let me give you guys an idea to think about. If you realize most businesses are on a 50% margin. So, to make things simple, they buy it for 50, they sell it to consumer for $100. That's generally the way it goes. So, if somebody wakes up tomorrow and says there's a 25% tariff, now it costs them $50 plus the 25 cents. So it's $12.50 more. So now it costs $62.50 for them. And now they're going to put it on the shelf at 113. More than likely, 113 is a weird number, so they'll round it up to 114.95 or something, right? From 100. You guys getting this? So now when you go back in and you say, hey, what's going on? It was like $100 last week, $99.99. What's this 114.99? That's a big jump. But that's why it's a big jump, because they have to get their double their money back. That's why there's a problem. Just so you guys understand where this goes. Now, there's other tariffs that are 50% and 100%. So now you can understand that wacky scenario puts you in an American nightmare dream when 80% of you watching this live paycheck to paycheck during the month, whether you're in America or Canada. I don't know the numbers for other countries. I just know America it's 80% and in Canada it's 85%. So this is why you have no choice but to deal in assets only from this point forward. This is this reminds me so much of the EU. People now understand the EU because they created their currency, the euro. But at one time, each country was separate and had like their own currency. And separately, it was like, good grief, we're losing, we're taking L's. Together is why they combine, because now you have the backing of I don't know how many countries, but I know it's double digits, 12, 15, maybe 20, and they all run that same currency. So now we're not competing against each other and we don't have to worry about the fluctuation in currency values. So that's one of the reasons. And then you had Brexit by England, and that caused havoc for them because they had to actually make their own deals once their currency is back on standalone status. And that was a problem and is a problem to this day. Now, that is the American nightmare happening right before our very eyes as our currency fluctuates and has been ravaged. It's bad. So that means the only thing that's going to save you in the long run is assets that pay you. Now, we have dividend funds. That's fair, stock market. But the other thing is you might have a business, that's an asset. And businesses are very, very hard year to year because anything can happen this year. There could be another pandemic. There's something going around right now. Measles of all things. There's other things going around, like in China, that's being carried by, I don't know, mosquitoes or something. That's problematic. I mean, this is getting crazy. So anything can happen business wise that says you're out of here. I was explaining to somebody just 2 days or yesterday. It was yesterday actually. And I was talking about Airbnb. And back in the day, Airbnb came out and it was like you're couch surfing, right? And I was talking about this on the live stream too. The couch surfing. Well, if you said invest in that business for couch surfing, you'd be like, have you lost your mind? Why would I do that? And then if somebody came to you and said, well, you're going to stay at a stranger's house, they're going to rent it to you, and they're going to stay in it while you're there, you'd be like, why would I do that? But then you fast forward 10 to 15 years later, and everybody knows Airbnb, VRBO, and other short term rental platforms is a norm. So you just never know in business what's going to happen. That's my point. It worked out, but the point is, they took 10, 12 years, roughly somewhere thereabout, before they became public. But that's fair enough. I'm just letting you know success and failure could depend on this year what happens. So that's a risk, right? We're not going to be risk averse anymore. You have to know you have money coming in. So if that's dividends in the stock market, highly preferred, especially since it's higher than the inflation, that's good. Wealthy Wednesday, this is called that for a reason. If you have anything to say, comment section is open. You can always join us. And if you see this in replay, also comment section is always open. We don't block anybody. Everybody's advice and outlooks and everything equally shared in the comment section. Let me get over in the comment section, shall we? So I put in the government grants down below because American dreams is what we need. We need jobs and livable wage jobs. And it appears some of this is livable wage jobs. Go get that training. Get qualified, ladies and gentlemen, if you can. All right. Let's get to some American nightmares. I've been running the Good Luck Americans. Part 3 series just came out. It was property tax increases 600% in Hawaii. So just wanted to let you know it's coming for you, all homeowners and renters. Because don't forget, don't get it twisted. Renters keep forgetting. They are mobile. One of the assets is they can do their 30-day notice or however their lease or rental agreement states they can move. So if something's going bad in that area, in that city, in that business, or who you work for, you can change jobs and then you can just give a notice and move. If you own a home, you're locked if you have a mortgage, and you're locked if you own a home because you own it. It's so any property taxes that go up, I'm sorry. You can pretty much argue with them downtown, all right, at the assessor's office or clerk of courts, wherever yours is. But they're probably going to be like, I'm sorry, sorry, we have to raise prices. We are short on our monies that we need to keep up our city and county. DIM Powell's another investors in the house. And since you're doing the Yield Max ETFs, I know you're eating pretty because I just looked up PLTY, who's giving out an awesome dividend this Friday. $7.40 for each share you own of PLTY, which is a derivative of Pelletier. But that's not the reason I'm saying DIM Pals is winning. The reason I'm saying winning is effective is because PLTY went down 10%. So if somebody was doing option trading, they could have made out like a bandit today. Welcome, DIM Pals, to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And brings the tagline in, good evening, all. Good evening to you. Let's make this money. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Make this money. And I will caution everybody. We have a 1 year, 4 months time frame to get your act together. I dropped the link so you can go get some of that 30 million grant money if you need job training. And some of these are very powerful. Nuclear is pretty good, right? AI artificial intelligence infrastructure. That's pretty good too. You know that's in the future. So you could be training for something in the future. That's an American dream, ladies and gentlemen. That's a way you can get a livable wage, and ongoing livable wage at that. So just think about that. That's a great thing. Glad to see you once again. So Yield Max ETF, their dividends have come out. Let me see if I can find it. I had it up earlier today. No, I don't have it. That's why I know it was 7. Could you believe that? Could you believe $7.40 per share? But get this, the stock price went up from 60, I'll say 62 was the low just a month ago. Pelletier, because of all their billions of dollars that they're getting in funding from the government, their stock price for Yield Max ETF, which is PLTR, skyrocketed up to $76, $78 from 62. Now I looked and it's down to $70. Now, could this be the opportunity to purchase some more at this particular time? But my dollar cost average is way low. It's in the 60s, low 60s, 61, 62, 63. It's one of them. The thing is, I don't like going from 78 down to 70 or 76 down to 70 in one day. But keep this in mind, $7.40 per share dividend. I want everybody to understand something. That's 10% in 1 month. See, that's the thing. 10% in 1 month if you bought it in after hours right now, which you won't receive that dividend. You'll have to wait till next month because you would have had to buy it before 8 p.m. Eastern time. All right. So just letting you guys know. I'm looking at it now and it's even better than I said. It's $7.49. It's almost $7.50 per share, ladies and gentlemen. So if you would have purchased at $74 or less, you're going to have double-digit return for the year, even if you did not stay in for the rest of the year on every monthly payout. That is incredible in itself. And I would have to say, since it dropped to $70, I would be paying attention because that's now back in a ballpark. Now, this is arbitrary. Remember, they're doing option income trading with Yield Max ETF funds. They're taking the Pelletier stock, some of it, and dealing with option income trading, and there's fees and their premiums and things like this. And then they disperse some of those dividends to us. And this was a very, very good one right here. All right. Now, the other one is NVIDIA. It looks like NVDY is 83 cents, 83.9 cents per share, which again is very nice as well. Then we have MRNY at 9 cents and MARO at $1. Very interesting. MRNY is $2 and like 40 cents, let's say. It's around that ballpark. The reason this 9 cents is interesting is because if you got a dollar, let's just say it was 9 cents times 12, that'd be $1, right? $8. So $2.40 is a little is the stock price $1.20. It's almost close to 50 to 60%, depending on when you buy. If stock prices all went down, then it could be at 218 right now. Then it would be in the 60 percentile range. But nonetheless, that's what we're talking about. You have to be able to receive money while you're sleeping. And if it's better than 15 to 20%, then you're winning. Because even if inflation, which it is, I'll make an argument, inflation is 20% actually, right? Here's my argument for all of you for the American Nightmare Saga. The dollar value, the US dollar value has decreased 10%. So we're negative 10%, which means in order to buy the same thing, I have to pay 10% more. So that's inflation. The 2.7% came out with the government, which does not include food and energy. So that's 2.7, but just round it up to 3 because once you include food and energy, clearly it's more than 3%. But I'll use 3%, right? So that's negative 13, which makes it 13%. The minimum tariff that's going around, the minimum is 10%. So the price has increased 10%. So now we're at 23%, best case scenario for inflation this year. So if you're not making more than 22% on your investment, then you're taking an L. You might as well not even have made the investment. Well, I shouldn't say that because at least if you had 10% coming back, that would be better than nothing. So either way, you should have money into something that gives you a return. It's that simple. You can no longer just be an employee. You are going to have to actually big boy or big girl up, and you're going to actually have to learn a little more and say, you know what, I better start figuring out my own thing because I'm not getting a 25% raise. That is not going to happen. Bonus money is few and far between these days, part of the American Nightmare saga. But at least you guys know that there is a way you can earn higher than 20 to 25%. And welcome Yield Max ETF, Defiance Group ETFs. All of these guys do option income trading. Now because Yield Max has been successful, there's now another 5 to 10 companies that are doing the same option income trading. So let me go over something else. I'm not even gonna, let me see. I should put it on the screen. What the heck? I should be putting it on the screen. EV Place, another investor's in the house. He's getting ready to do the salsa dance this Friday. Did you hear me, EV Place? I'm going to show it on the screen, actually. But welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he brings his tagline. Good evening, everyone. Let's celebrate. You're damn right we're celebrating. Did you see what happened with the Pelletier, PLTY stock dividend for this Friday? Just go take a look. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is beautiful. I would say very beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. They picked a winner. The government picked a winner. We picked a winner. In fact, I don't even know how anybody's really losing because we were talking about PLTY when it was $62 just 2 or 3 months ago. So the fact it has a 7 in front of it now for 70, it dropped today, but it's 70. You have appreciation plus dividend money coming in at a lower price point. Some people might be at 66, some people might be at 64, some might be at 68. But the point is, they're giving you more than 10% in just 1 month because it dropped to $70. And you guys can see PLTY is giving $7.50. It's $7.49 and some change. So you would have been able to buy a $75 stock and get 10% in 1 month. What more can you ask for? What more can you ask for, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. That is awesome. NVIDIA. And you see over here the distribution numbers, which a lot of people may overlook. This here fluctuates, though. It's 125% because of this huge dividend this month. Last month, the dividend was lower. It wasn't even $7. It wasn't $6. I don't even think. So again, there's a fluctuation, but this is huge right here, $7.50. I mean, can you imagine? You would have bought, let's just use simple terms and most people, 10 shares, and let's say you bought them for $65, that'd be 650. And then today you would have 10 shares and getting a check for $74.90 on a $600 something investment for 1 month. And there's going to be a dividend next month. So almost getting to 100% of what you have invested, that is powerful. If this can continue, it could. It could. The American dream, it could. NVIDIA is NVDY is 83.9 cents, and Moderna JP Morgan 28 cents. That's their option income trading. Gold miners is up to 60 cents this month, giving a distribution of 50.44%. Meta, which is Facebook, 62 cents. Dips 17. Babo 75 cents. YMAX 11 cents. And we have 16 for YMAG. This is great. All right, they're back into double digits because I believe one of these I can never remember. It went down to 09, I think. But glad to see they're back in double digits, 43% distribution and 53% distribution for YMAG. YMAX 43. ULTY, 10 cents on a $6 stock is very, very interesting. That gives you 85.94%, but I don't know how. Because even if I said $1.20 and ULTY is 6, let me go do a mathematical equation real quick, shall we? I don't know if you guys can see this on the screen or not, but if I do $1.20 divided by 6, I get 20%. But you know why I get 20%? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's weekly. So that 20% times 4, because there's 4 weeks in the month, makes it 80%. And some would go, hey, Eric, how come it's 85%, almost 86%? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the same reason why you want to get paid weekly instead of monthly. Because there's 52 weeks. 4 extra weeks. So that's why it's 80% plus that extra month literally is pretty much what it is. So that's why it's a little bit higher percentage. Pretty easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. There's other things. S&P 500, 20 cents, 23%. The Russell 2000, 35%. And NASDAQ 100, 21%. You know what's interesting is if you put your money into one of these, not these particular stocks on YieldMax, but the actual Russell 2000 index, the NASDAQ 100 index, right? The S&P 500 index, SPY, QQQ, those are indexes. Will they give you over 20% return this year is the question. Well, I think the answer is going to be yes. It's going to be yes. If I go and buy VOO, if I get the reason why it's going to be yes is because the corporations have higher revenue numbers because they charge people more due to tariffs or anything else. So their revenue numbers are going to look good, but the profit numbers, what are those going to look like if you have less buyers? See, that's where the question comes in. So it's going to be very interesting, but anybody should love 23, 35, 21%. But look at LFGY making a comeback, not 50 cents that I'm accustomed to, but 44 cents for 63%. GPTY, 32%. CHPY, the chips, 38%. I think all of that for distribution rates is awesome. All right, let me know what you guys think about that. All I see is money, money, money just from these guys. All right? Just from these guys. Let me know. Okay, let's celebrate. Brian P is here. Mr. Dividends in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he brings his tagline, Happy Day, Eric. Thank you. Happy day to you. I hope all is well with you. Yes, it is. Happy day, SSN family. Smash that like button. Thank you. Give it a one piece. It's free, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Thank you so much. I got the notification, saw both videos. Great job on the videos. Thank you so much. Thank you for using those articles. Brian P sends me articles, ladies and gentlemen. So now I'm implementing them into a video because Americans don't realize what's going on out here. They think everything is like what they see in the stock market. They're not realizing you are getting fleeced. Tomorrow, you're going to owe more money than you did today, is the way things are working out. And it's a surprise. It's a surprise when people get their tax notice. And all of a sudden, you're just like my property tax notice. You're like, wait a minute, whoa, what do you mean it's $5,000? It was just like $3,000 last year. I mean, that's what people are dealing with. What do you mean, insurance company, that I got to pay double what I paid last year? All of this is going down right underneath your feet. Go register your car. Fine in most states, but not if you live in California. They're on some other nonsense. They're like, you can have a 10-year-old car, and they're still talking about give me $250 a month, $300 a month. I mean, not a month, a year for your registration. This is crazy. Oh, and you got to go get that smog. I'm just like, oh my God, they're killing us out here, ladies and gentlemen. UOCs need to become emerging millionaires. How do you do that? Solutions, solutions, solutions. How do you do that? Well, you got to buy assets, ladies and gentlemen. Get into the American dream. The American dream, I wish they would have started this from kindergarten through school. They should go the American dream. And all they should be saying is buy assets. And for the next 10 years, we're starting even in kindergarten. This is what a dollar sign looks like. This is dollars. This is every time your parents put out this green stuff, this is their hard work. In fact, kids, we're going to have a little experiment right now. Line up. I want the line over here that's going to erase the chalkboard, and I want the line over here that's going to sweep the floor. The guys that do the chalkboard, I'm giving you $2 a piece. The people that are doing the sweeping, I'm going to give you $3 a piece. Now, of course, since they're already lined up, some are going to go, oh, why do they get more money? First lesson, everything ain't fair. And just because you work at a job, everybody doesn't get paid the same. All right, let's go. I mean, that would be the way to do things. Get them ready for the real life experiences. Now we can get into do some blocks. I mean, come on. This is crazy right now. All right, I'm having a little fun. Brian P, we are making money, and here is damn right, ladies and gentlemen. You have to be in it to win it. Post-retirement travel, Mr. Worldwide, he's here. Investor extraordinaire, welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he brings his tagline. It's very simple, very easy. Hello, all. Hello to you and the familiar. But this is the thing. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. You need a little help? Chat room's open. We got investors galore here, and post-retirement travels here. And by the way, post-retirement travel, I don't know what's going on, man. Rain, 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 all in the southeast all the freaking time. I'm like, what's happening? Is there any couple of days where it doesn't rain? I'm California kid. I can't take this anymore. All right, let me know about the Margaritaville. I know I have to be busting your balls about it, but the Margaritaville, I will say this. There is, you guys don't understand, Margaritaville, Orlando is an exceptional short-term rental opportunity in the likes I have never seen. They have these guys getting freaking like 80% occupancy, 90% occupancy during a month. We're not talking about hotel rooms. We're talking about like little cottages. I mean, this is crazy how good they are at this craft. And they're making new condos at 300,000 or cottages. I mean, bungalows is what the word is for 300,000 allegedly. Now, I just want to say something. I haven't seen anything about it. They do have other cottages there. That's for sale in another section. So I don't know where this exactly is, but post retirement travel here, he was lucky enough to find out about it 2016, 2017 ish, when it was $250,000 for a cottage in Orlando. But see, back then, $250,000, it was like, hold up, wait a minute. We can buy homes over here for $250,000. So that might be a little bit much, but it was an investment. Now, $50,000 more, a little under, Ethan Allen Furniture. I think they probably did it again because it's been 6 or 7 years, so there has to be a re-up. It's well spent money, ladies and gentlemen. When you have high turnover, you need the best quality furnishings you can get, so they last more than a year or two if you're going to have 80% occupancy. Hotels don't even have 80% occupancy. Let's get real. All right. So that is so special. Brian P. on fire. That's it. As Post Retirement Travel says, on fuego. All right. Post Retirement Travel. Yes. 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 This is what we were talking about. It's not a typo. It's not a typo, man. It's time to do the salsa dance on a Wednesday. I know, man. I know. Is that a typo? No. I had to get 150 share of those today. I know it dropped down to $70 after out. I couldn't believe it. I don't know when it dropped to $70. I can't believe it. That was a go sign. Yes, you are correct. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's kind enough to share with us his share price. Did he say 150? Oh my. No. No way. 150. That's like 7G. Isn't that like 7Gs? Let's go look. $1,050, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe he spent? Wait, hold on. No. Hold on. No. 70. I put in 7. I knew something was wrong. That didn't make sense. Let's go look at this. Okay, 70. That's $10,500 investment. But he's getting 150 times 7.49. Well, he's getting 10%. Oh, a little more than 10%. Oh, wait. I did 7.79. 7.49. But he's still getting 10%. What is this? Okay. Forgive me. I'm having a little brain freeze with this. I don't normally use the calc. It's 1100 and what the heck? I did 52. Okay, we're doing brain freeze all the way. 150 times 7.49, and there's some even more. It's 7.4983 or something like that. All right, let's get it. $1,123.50, ladies and gentlemen. Who would not like that return for just all year? Saying somebody says, hey, you can get 10% or better. Most people would be like, where do I sign up? Well, right now, look at this. It's 10% basically, because I don't know what he bought it at. If it was 72, 71, it doesn't really matter. The point is, it's 10%, 7.49. He would have had to buy it $74.90 or higher in order for it to be under 10%. And if he bought it 72, then it's greater than 10%. It could be 10.5 or 11%. That's what we're talking about. The American dream, ladies and gentlemen. You have to be in it to win it. And that's 1 month, can you, most people, if you had 11,000, let's say, and you got 1,100 dividend that month, and potentially you could get another few thousand during the year. If you get 5,000 back, that's 50% almost. If you get 7,000 back in dividends, that's like 70%. Pretty close. 67, 68%. Who would not want to be part of this? All right. Thank you for that info. Yep, there it is. Pelletier is on fuego. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Um, Mo Better's in the house. Another investor is here, ladies and gentlemen. And Mo says Palantir is on fire, and welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And Mo Better, he's doing the investment deal. All right, what's up, SSN family? Brings another tagline. What's up, E? It's all going well, man. What's up with you? We in the building. I'm very happy to see you in the building. You saw what post-retirement travel is doing damage, getting 10% or more a return in just 1 month because he bought today before 8 p.m. That means this Friday, he's going to get dividends. You got to love it when a plan comes together. Yes, that is so awesome. Good deal post retirement. Yep. Can't keep up with this stock market. Tired of winning as an option seller. Can't keep taking W's, man. You're going to be taking W's. As we predicted, you still have 1 year, 4 months to go, and you got to buy these assets, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Don't worry. The Federal Reserve is going to do the unthinkable, I think. They are actually going to decrease their federal funds rate in September. That's a month from now. At the end of September, could they do it? Could they do it? Even if inflation is up next month? Oof. I will tell you one thing and one thing only. The American nightmare will ensue at a later date. But the American dream, you're going to have a rocket ship ride if they do this, because there's going to be all kind of havoc if they reduce the interest rate. Just a little bit they're going to do. It's going to create havoc because now that frees up the rich guys to do their refinancing, and that's all they want. They just need another half a point off or a point off. When you have millions of dollars, a half a point is a lot. That reduces how much you owe greatly. So, again, for mom and pops, it doesn't do you much good. But for those that are holding millions of dollars in debt and they have an IOU on that debt, oh yeah, you give me a 0.5 off. I'm paying 5%, 5.5% right now. Let's go 5.5. And now you're going to drop it to 5%? I'll take that. Especially if you got $20 million, $10 million, $100 million of debt. Because that's how you make money in America. You use debt, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just letting you know, right? Okay. So it's coming. Don't worry. The rocket ship rides is still going to be here. Brian P., you are winning post-retirement. That's right. Everybody here is winning. Brian P., yes, sir. I've been watching the PLTY dividend payment history, and they are killing it. I loaded up today. Today was a good day. I will say, I think this is the highest they've ever done all year. And Palantir is one of those government-backed companies. Palantir, Apple, Tesla. Who else is on the government list? A lot of AI, a lot. There's a lot. They're picking winners, so to speak. All right. So you got to rock with them. Just saying. Nvidia, got to rock with them. AMD, kind of got to rock with them. These guys already had their rocket ship ride from $60, $70, $80 just in April. And now they're at 160, 170, 180 actually is Nvidia. AMD is right there too at like 170 to 180 as well. Everybody's doubled their money just from April. They don't give out dividends though, but hey, stock appreciation at 100% in less than a year, I think you're going to take that. And it's going to keep rising. That's right. Nvidia's a chosen one. Now, there is some turbulence because somebody's saying that they came out with some new stuff, but we're going to find out. All right. The American Dream. Speaking of American Dream, tomorrow, Larry's in the house and investors here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And she brings her tagline, hello all, hello to you, hello to the familia. Hope all your sons are doing great. I know they are. They're good men. So they got a rocket ship ride coming. Everybody does. Got to be in it to win it. Yes, that's it. Brian P. I picked up some too. Post retirement travel. Exactly. I have 310 PLTY. Well, 310 times 7.5. That looks to be is that like 2 G's? Yes, it is. It's over 2 G's and a half. So 24, 25. Nice. 310 PLTYs. That's it. Brian P., Mr. Dividend, is wrecking YieldMax ETFs. Post retirement, I know, Eric, it has been raining almost every day here. It's like that between July and October. The Bungalows product is coming based on what the Margaritaville rep said. Those will be hot. I can't believe they're selling them for 300 grand. I cannot believe this. I want to know where it is. That's what I want to know. Where is it? That matters. Remember, your cottage that you have is close by. I think it's by one of the either the water park or the pool. So it's easy getting there. I want to know if there's a new spot that they can put these that is near the actual Margaritaville main compound area. Or is this down the way where some of these other ones? I went online, I found a $369,000 bungalow. But it looked like it's more in a neighborhood than it does like the cottages from old. So it's going to matter where this is. But again, if it's in the same rental pool, man, who would not love 80%? Speaking of that, post retirement travel, what was your occupancy rate in 2024 if you know? Because I'm curious to find out because I know it's high because the things you're telling me is like, yeah, we're booked up for next 2 or 3 weeks, seemingly every month. That would be over 70% return for occupancy rates. And they don't charge 150 a night or 250 a night either. These things are 350, 450, 550. I mean, good grief. Gotta love it. All right. Hey, Eric, BTC hit 4124 today. Oh, man. I didn't even know. Again, crypto is also on a rocket ship ride, and you should hang with BTC and Ethereum. We talked about this for the last 2.5 years. It's chosen now, right? With our government, they're not trying to stop it. And in fact, we have a president that's partaking by making their own meme coin for him. His wife has one. He has one. So now it's a SEC is formulated around we're going to do crypto. That's fine. That's an American dream waiting to happen as well. You're going to have to get in. ETH and BTC, you have to be in. You can't sit on the sidelines. You can do synthetics. You can buy them in Robinhood, Webull, and all that. Or you can go to the exchanges and buy it. Going to the exchanges mean you control it, so to speak. The stuff that you buy on a stock exchange, that's just a synthetic stock. That's based on they're giving you the price for buying the same as BTC. So you can do it a couple ways, but however you feel comfortable. But again, we already told you guys it's going to keep rising. There's limited numbers. There's another ETF that came out as well that has to do with crypto. So it's an exchange, which is very interesting, that went public. It's incredible. It went doubled already. Incredible. And it's crypto, ladies and gentlemen. So you're getting the infrastructure in place to move more of that crypto. But remember, Bitcoin is allegedly finite. So there's only going to ever be a number. So Think about this. This is why the American nightmare continues, not because of crypto. The reason why is because what crypto represents, Bitcoin, the American dollar is doing the opposite. So here it is, right? The value of the Bitcoin goes up because there's a limited amount. So the more people buy, that means less availability. So then the price goes up if somebody wants it because not everybody's selling. That's the policy of a one hell of a currency, which no country has ever done. If you don't print any more money, then your currency stays level. And guess what else? Inflation stays level. The only way currency increases in value would be just what Bitcoin does. There's no more made. So let's put it a different way. If there's no more made and I need some money, even if we had fiat money, our own currency, and somebody says, hey, I need $10, I need a $10 bill, the person would be like, yeah, there's none available. How about giving me $20 for the $10 bill? That's what would happen. If people didn't have money, you could use money as a currency. But we don't have that because we print money. This is why Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some of these cryptos are going to raise up in value because of they're not printing them. ETH 4,700, not 37, 4,700. Oh my. Do you guys remember when we first started around 5, 6, 7 years, 6 years ago? And Ethereum was like, wasn't it like 300 and something, 300? Crazy stuff. And look at what it is now, $4,700. Crazy. Crazy cool. XRP is now at $3.32. Oh my God. We're loving this. I mean, this is insane. Brian P. from Post Retirement Travel, 310. Are you kidding me? Over $2,300. Insane. Are you reinvesting into it or using a portion to buy the source stock PLTR? That's a very interesting move right there. Um, I do. I take it a bit and reinvest. You know what? I'm curious about something because PLTY dropped today. Why did it drop so much? I don't get it. Why did it drop so much? I think I was on a order. Let me go see what happened. I think I'm on an out order. That's interesting. Interesting. All right. Let's go look. PLTR. Dropped $184. It just dropped $2.65. Why would PLTY drop? That's only 1%. Why would PLTY drop? That acted like PLTY acted like a like it's a derivative. Very interesting. Huh. Maybe I didn't see it right because I thought I saw 70. I thought I saw 70 myself. Yeah, I do. $70.82. That's crazy. That is cray cray. Wow. It just came off of a cliff. Wait, was there and at 8:08 p.m. at night, it just dropped by, well, hold on. Yeah, what happened? It was $77 until 8 p.m. It was it was 77, 78 even pre-market, and then it dropped like a cliff at 8:05. Interesting. So we have some people playing. I got to go to different charts. I got to see something. I don't even usually do this, but this is very interesting because it dropped off a cliff. It dropped 10% after hours. That's incredible. Well, I can't get it, but that's incredible. All right, let's see. Pick up more of IWMY. Okay, I'm not mad at you. Brian P. Yes, sir. Ethereum is cranking up the volume. A bunch of financial shows I watched today. We're talking about ETH going to the moon. We were talking about ETH going to the moon for the last 2, 3 years. I will pick up some on weekends. There we go. That's how we do it on the weekend. Hey, pick it up. Hey, Eric, check out your emails. I will. I checked out some before we came on. More news. Oh, man. Don't give me some American Nightmare news. For the most part, all Yomax ETFs drop in price the night before dividend payment, but they come back up a day or two after, especially PLTY, because it follows a stock that's on fire. Yep. Yep. That's what it's doing for sure. It's killing me out here. I mean, you got to, I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to stay away from getting 20, 30, 40% on your money annually. And as long as they're in business and you hold that, it could keep going. And we really want the stock price to stay stable. Like for instance, we don't really want it to go down. Like ULTY has been hovering around $6 a share, right? 610, 630, 625, 640, 605. I mean, it's been in that range. So if you can get 60% return on your money and the stock price stays the same, that's a true 60%. That's beautiful. Not it doesn't always work out that way, but it's working out that way now. Things have stabilized. Yomax themselves seems to have figured out something with regard to these high rated stocks. There's always a boom. And then when it's just an older stock like NVIDIA, then it kind of just stays along that stable line. It could mean we're going to get distributions of 40, 45%, 35%, which again is still great. You guys have your pen, pads, and papers ready, right? Because you should be looking at a few other options. Come on now. Stocks that give like 20% or close to it, ARR, ORC, AGNC. Well, hold on, be careful. Hold on. AGNC probably not close to 20. It's more close to 16 or 15. In fact, why don't I just go look? Right? I'll just go look. Kava and Chipotle and other fast casual restaurant chains are finally hit. Yeah, you guys are too much now. Hit by consumer slowdown. That was inevitable. I've been to I used to eat at Chipotle. So I'm an actual original Chipotle customer, right? And I used to get the bowl. The bowl would be like $5 and let's call it $5.79. So you get the rice, the meats, the all the veggies, all that stuff, and then roll out 5.79, 5.59, whatever it was. I rolled in Chipotle 6 months ago in Cali. I looked on the board and it said, I saw like five something, and then I saw like 12. And I was like, I thought it was something new they were making. It was not. It was like a burrito and a bowl was double digits. I was just like, is this for real right now? This is crazy. Whether you got a burrito or a bowl, two of them damn things and a drink was $30. It was more than that. It was like 32, I think. And I'm sitting there like, this will be the last time I'm coming to Chipotle. I'll just go to a restaurant if this is what I'm going to be paying. This is crazy. Um, so a slowdown was inevitable. Also, I got something else in for the American Nightmare, which turns into an American Dream. I got something in the mail from Subway. Subway, once again, they were like $5, $6 footlongs. And then all of a sudden, over the last 2, 3 years, rolled in Subway, thinking, okay, $7 maybe. No, $12 to $15 for a foot long. I was like, is this a joke? So it's no surprise that it would slow down for them. It already happened. But in the mail comes, guess what? $6 footlongs are back. I'm like, man, this is what's gonna happen. And they may not make as much profit because it costs more. But this is what the American nightmare is gonna be all about. Somebody's getting laid off. I'm just saying. All right. I didn't realize that post retirement travel, but that's a 10% drop. It was $77 until 8 p.m. Then people sold, I take it, went down to 70. So 70 is great. I mean, this is incredible to me. Opportunity knocks, even though I like it in the 60s better. But 70, and it might even be 60 by because this is a 24-hour trading cycle now. It could very well go to 60. It could be 60 in the morning when more people sold it because they dropped down to 70 and they didn't get the memo. All right. They're going to, at the pre-market, and then the first hour of the market, people are going to have their market orders and they'll probably be at $70 or 65. Who knows? So I think there'll be an opportunity tomorrow for people or later on tonight. So if you haven't downloaded the software and don't have a brokerage account, I highly suggest you go get one. I'm about to put some things in, I think, somewhere. I'm trying to find the back office for me because I have not put anything down in the chat box other than remember the federal government is giving free job training. That's right. $30 million worth of grants. You like that or not? Let me go pull it up because we might have some new viewers that didn't know anything about that. I'm just saying, nuclear programs, there's a bunch. Hold on, where is it? There it is. Okay, it's still in queue. Check this out. I'm going to put it in the chat room again. Hit that link, everybody. Smash the like button and go there. Also, go to findhelp.org if you want to find out how you can get some other grants and job training at no cost. Findhelp.org. And if you want some free stocks and you still have not opened up a brokerage account to get some of this dividend money for life, you're going to need dividend money for life. You want to know something? The rich people, what they do, they actually are able to extend how many generations by being able to generate money for life, beyond life, right? You put it into trust scenarios. You put them into things that would last for a couple of generations at least. Like, for instance, if the Rockefeller family, let's say it's 1920, 1930, you know at that particular time, oil is going to be around forever. So you would have bought into, I don't know which oil companies, but let's just go Standard Oil. That was one of the oil companies. They had to break them up. And so then, but that breaking up would have been part of your share of stock, would have broken up into something else. So they're able to keep generating money, but they do it a different way. They use insurance, life insurance, when they can insure the youngest person that's just born. I don't know if you can even do it, but let's say you can. And it's real small amounts. And that's creating a cash value. And you have coverage for in case somebody passes away young. Now, when they're 18, they can borrow against their own funds. But they're the Rockefeller family, right? So they might have a million or two in there for the person. Now you can borrow against it, and you're your own bank. Pay it back from your profits. It's a beautiful thing. So all I'm saying is, down below in the description box, get your Robinhood Webull Moo Moo free shares of stock. That's for starters. The other thing I want to do is I need to put a link in for the free jobs by the government, job training by the government. All right. Um, 30 million. Um, okay, I messed up. Let me do this real quick. Uh, dollar grants for job training by federal government. How about that? Okay, so there we have it. All right, pretty simple. That's how we have to do it, ladies and gentlemen. We got to share the love. Go to findhelp.org. You want job training, you need help with other things like you got, hey, need help with car repair or health care or a lot of things. I need a way to get transportation, bus passes free and all this. Findhelp.org. I think there's probably even free food on there. There's a lot of things from our man Matthew Lesko, Lesko help, Lesko help.com. That's where you go sign up and be part of his group of people. Thousands of people are in there. They help people find grants. You just ask once you're a member. It's awesome. One of these days, I should show them. In fact, Friday, remind me. I'm going to show the back office to Let's Go Help. So you guys, I got to make sure I can, though. I don't want to just do it because I never really looked if there was any proprietary stuff, but I'll let you guys get a peek so then you can see what there's all these conversations. They have live streams that have different subject matter, but the most important part is the chat where people can type in, hey, I need help with this. Is there any grants in my city or state or in this country that can help me with this problem? And there's all kind of grants, and these people have been doing it. He has thousands, tens of thousands of people, and more. Some are more active than others, but then people will give you the grant, give you where to go and get it. I mean, it's awesome. So it's worth the membership fee if anybody's asking if you're looking for grants and anything else for that matter. Post retirement travel says, I agree, Eric. Even McDonald prices are outrageous. I know. The outrageousness came. They started going, oh, hold on now. We'll get back to that dollar menu. We're gonna work something out. Those meals are double digits too. I haven't been to McDonald's, man. Are you kidding me right now? The meals are over $10. Oh my God. Wow. With that, I can eat out 2 nice meals every day with drinks in the majority of countries overseas. Exactly. God bless America. That's exactly right. The American nightmare. That, hey, you know what though? The way I look at it, I'm like, if people don't eat fast food, I was like, the healthier you'll be, quite frankly. Because speaking of what post retirement travel is referring to, when you go outside of the country, they actually have different laws than the United States. We in the United States allow bad chemicals in our food that is banned in other countries. So that's what people keep forgetting. So when you go to another country and you go, the food tastes weird or different, that's because it might not have those dyes and chemical preservatives and whatever else is in it for our store shelf lives. And they're banned. So that's why it may even look like it may even be the same company, but it don't taste the same because we're allowed to put things in that is bad for humans. The other countries go, we don't want that stuff in our food. So if you want to sell it to our customers, you got to take some stuff out. So now there's a cost variance because you don't even have the same stuff in there. It should be less, right? So now all of a sudden you go and eat in another country and 25, $30, that could be 2 meals with, as he said, drinks and everything. Now, the up and coming tourist destination spots, that's rare now. But if you're just going and visiting and you're on the outs in the real part of the country, the rural areas, or even in not in the tourist section, once you get out there, next thing you know, things get crazy. They're talking like, yeah, you done got two plates of food, 10 drinks. I'm just exaggerating, but just to exaggerate, to say 10 drinks, and they'll shoot you a bill going, here's $20. Your bill's $20. And being from America, you're just like, uh, you counted that plate? Yep. Did you count those 10 drinks? Yep. $20? Yep. You're just like, what the hell? This can't be. This can't be. It's almost like I got a story to tell you guys. Speaking of that, I usually wait till Friday, but I can never remember. God bless America. I can never remember them because it comes up during the week when we're talking about things. I remember I was in Cabo one time, and I told you guys the first part of the story before where we ordered, oh, I don't even know. It was fish tacos. We got like, I don't even know, about 6 and 6, 12. There had to be at least 12. Then we had chips, obviously, salsa. And we had three, six drinks at least. Okay. Band is playing, and the guy brings a bill. He drops the bill off. He walks off. I look at the bill. It said something like, I don't remember, but let's just say it was like $10 or $7. It was something crazy like that. So now I'm going, hey, you gave me the wrong bill. It only says whatever it said. So remember, we had 12 fish tacos. We had 6 alcoholic beverages, chips and salsa. And they brought me a bill that, again, it was like $10 or $9 or something like this. And again, I told the guy, hey, man, you gave me the wrong bill. He says, no, it's yours. So I said, okay. And he ran off to another table. So then finally he came back in the vicinity and I said, hey, man, come on. You must have given me the wrong bill. This can't be mine. He goes, it's yours. I said, I get it, but is this an error? I was like, I'm sitting there trying to pay more because I couldn't believe I was like, this can't be right. So when he says, yes, that's it, I was like, okay. So when I went like this is because I remembered what happened after it. Because I was like, because there was, okay, the band's up front. There's a table here, table there, so 5 tables. So I said, if that's the case, I said, then make the same order. And I said, these guys right here, give them all the same order. He's like, for real? That's how cheap it was. So I think it was $50. Like I said, it's probably $40, but it was so cheap that I was like, just give everybody the same damn thing I just ordered. He's like, what? I said, yeah, if they got extra, take it home. I was like, $40. I think it was $50. That's how cheap it was. So I come back to America and then I'm back into crazy. That same meal's costing me like $35, $50, $60, crazy. And today I couldn't get away with that because those 6 drinks would have cost me $120 in most tourist destinations. And then the 12 fish tacos would have probably cost another $20 to $40 each. So yeah, my bill probably would have been $200. The way things are now in America, the American nightmare. All right, let's go. Brian P. Eric, check this out. Former Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan exec gambled away investor funds for his online casino company, Feds. Oh my God. I don't have that, man. Are you kidding? This is what I'm talking about. This is so sad, man. They're using our money doing crazy out here. And he will not even be going to jail, probably. It's sickening. Oh my God. Oh no. Hand soaps voluntarily recalled due to bacteria that can cause oh my God. Come on. What is going on with all this contamination? Sheesh. This is just outrageous. Dermaclean vol- cause life-threatening infections. Dermarite is recalling multiple products, which is called Dermaclean, Paragene, clean foam soaps. Are you kidding me right now? This is bad. Every day there's a freaking. Here, I'll put a link in, everybody. This is getting ridiculous. Every day there's some bacteria infections. This is just sickening. Wow. This right here is an American nightmare. When you have these executives, there it is, gambling away investors' funds. The indictment says that Kim gambled on Shuffle, whose website says it's a VIP crypto casino and sports book, Zero Edge, which Kim incorporated in April 2024 in the Cayman Islands, using investor money. This right here is another reason you should have a 401k. Put your money in there. Do not leave them with these guys. I can't believe this is like the 20th guy this year that's done this. In fact, this almost seems like it's normal. This is crazy. Crazy. Oh, wait, maybe I have it up. Nope, I don't have it up. All right, that's Goldman. Wait, former Goldman JP Morgan exec. Wait, hold up. Which company did he work for? I'm like, so who was getting defrauded? Um, yeah, he's saying gambling with. Oh man, they mentioned two companies. Could he have been doing it the whole time? Oh, that would be. Oof, that's sick. That would be sick. That'd be really sick. He did it twice. Let me get this off. Okay. Richard Kim was indicted on securities and wire fraud charges related to alleged misappropriation of about 4 million of investor funds for startup online casino company Zero Edge. He was an executive at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase, lost most of that money within a week through gambling on another site filing state. Kim left Galaxy Digital, where he had been a venture fund investor, to found Zero Edge. Man, how did he have access? Startup. So he worked for both companies. I mean, how did he do this? Anyhow, this is crazy. Oh, he diverted 3.8 million of investors funds shortly after closing on a 4.3 million seed financing round in June 2024. What? Admitted in an email to some investors that he was solely responsible for the loss of 3.67 million of the company's balance sheet. Jeez. He misappropriated the funds. This is crazy. This is crazy. It appears that they're using the Chase. He used investors' funds from his own company. They're using the Goldman and JP Morgan exec as a headline, but it appears that he wasn't working for them. He took the money from the investors, is what happened. That invested in his company. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You're gonna get that. That's just stupid. That's stupid, really. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be on here too long because last night I just kept going and going and going. Let's see what else we have going on here. Former misappropriation about 4 million of investors' funds. Yep. 13. Robert T. Speller Jr. in the house. The accountant is here. He's here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. $13. That's what I'm saying, man. It was something like that. Mr. Speller says this is the only smart thing the Trump administration has done. Wait, what's the $13? I missed something. What's the $13? $13. What's that? Minimum wage or something? I don't know. Correct. $13. That's funny. The only smart thing that Rump administration has done. I don't know what the smart thing is. I'm still trying to find it. Let me know. I must have missed something. Robert Speller in the house. Spell in the house from Cali. The accountant is here, ladies and gentlemen. If you need some accounting help with your business and getting your books right, changing over systems, those electronic systems are hell when you're trying to change from one bookkeeping platform to another. That's one thing. And then you need an accountant, Bay Area. Go see Robert Speller, ladies and gentlemen. You can find him on LinkedIn. He's not hard to find. All right. And of course, we're friends there too. So you can go check that out. But this man, I've known since high school. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. High school. Can you believe that? Still in contact. Thank you so much, Spell, again. Hopefully, I'll be seeing you sometime soon. I didn't catch you last time I was out there, but October, be out there again, man, a couple months. So hopefully, I'll be able to see you in the Bay. All right. Hey, Eric, have you tried to tip a server at local restaurant outside the tourist areas in Europe? Yeah, yeah, you can try, but you know, tipping isn't normal. Um, they look at you like you're. Many times they tell you that's too much. Yeah, that's not normal. Yeah, that tipping thing. It's it's like America. That cracks me up. Oh, that cracks me up. Yeah, that's not normal, man. They figure people who got a job, they get paid. That's their job to serve. They don't get into the tip culture. Only in America where you don't want to pay people a livable wages. Don't want to let them have a siesta in the afternoon and come back to work. Don't want to let people have maternity leave when they have kids. You don't have health care for all. I mean, this is crazy when you really think about it. We're supposed to be the best country. These other dudes are living their best life. Their government's trying to help them. Oh my God, this is funny that you said that. You want to know something else, man? Here's the other thing. I'm going to restaurants in America, and I swear, uh, I swear, when I come back from Europe, right? I swear, I slide my. You guys know you have the tap or you have the slide. When you go to Europe, there's no questions, right? You're not going, do you want to add? Do you want to do this? Do you want to? There's no questions. So when I come back after being in, well, most of the time I'm in France, but nonetheless, when I come back, after I slide my card, I stand there and the people and the cashier's like, sir, you need to do something. I'm like, oh, I forgot I'm back. And so you're hitting stuff on here. I like, what the frick is this? Also, the other weird thing in America, even to this day, it's still the same. They're coming, giving you something to slide your card in against security protocols. Overseas, they bring you something and they come to you and say, here, we'll be back, here's to pay your bill. Some restaurants here in America does it now. But they've been doing this for like the last 15 years. And America still doesn't have 100% secure. You're still giving people's cards through fast food drive-throughs. It's crazy. And we're supposed to be top dogs. But when you leave and go, that's one of my other things, pet peeves. I'm like, I mean, I swear, for the first few days, I slide my card because I just don't go to overseas for 1 day or 3 days or 5 days. I'm usually there for at least 3 weeks. So you get used to just going, receipt, gone. I come back to America, I'm standing there like, where's my receipt at? Sir, you got to press if you want cash back. No, what the? Okay. You're sitting there looking at stuff and it's like, make a donation. What do you mean? No. Can I just leave now? And I'm paying more money. That's the weird part. You're paying more. Getting less is crazy. The American nightmare continues. All right. Yeah, don't bring this up post retirement travel. I know when you leave the country, he brings these things up, and I just have flashbacks. It just every time he says things, it triggers. He's like, "Yeah, man, uh, yeah, I was going to leave a tip. Yeah, okay, good luck." In fact, I don't know about now, but back in the day, they didn't even have a tip thing on the checkout when you make payment. There was not even, "Do you want a tip? How much you want to tip?" and all that crazy. They never even had that on your charge. It's just, here's what your bill is. See you later. Thank you for coming. Yeah, the tip culture is wild. From, I mean, how great is a country? Is a great country is based on how well you take care of your citizens, right? So some things I mentioned, the American nightmare. People have children. Now that they have children, the jobs are expecting them to be back within a week or two. A lot of developed countries and world one countries supposedly, well, they all do, they have maternity leaves of expected a few months for adjustment and anything else you need paid, right? Free school, college. I'm like, this is just crazy what America has turned into. American nightmare is for sure because we have to fund it all out of our pockets or get a loan, which still means you're funding it out of your pocket unless you're smart and got to have a scholarship for college or uh, play in a band. They give scholarships. Play, anything that you do for the school, you have scholarships, right? But not, partial or all. It doesn't matter. But the point is, it cost. Imagine if college didn't cost. Like 50 years ago. I'm like, it's getting worse. It's getting worse, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you have to plan your future financially. Even if there's a crash, which again, I predict one in about 1 year, 4 months, and then on the other side of that, do 6 months, and it might happen before that. But you have 1 year and 4 months to get your credit right, debt erased if you can. A lot of you right now watching this, some of you are going to lose your jobs, and you're going, "Oh, I'm secure," but you never know layoffs when you have less revenue for your corporation or company. That means the immediate thing to do is you're going to have to release some people because employees are one of the most expensive costs for any corporation. That's why it's easy for them to just go, "Hey, man, we got to save $100 million." Well, here goes $100 million. 10,000 employees, they got to go. So that's how it works. Just so you guys understand. All right. American nightmare turns into American dreams if you are dreaming. You can't worry about the bad news, but the bad news means you should be able to figure out how to move forward. Just like tonight, we were talking about Yomex ETF and the PLTY. But again, if you know which companies the government is actually backing, they pick winners. All right. So if you know Nvidia's on their mix, AMD's on their mix, because those are the top chip companies, so they're backing them, right? They're going to back Google. They're going to back Microsoft. They're going to back Meta, Facebook. They're going to back Palantir, giving them contracts. They're going to back Tesla. They're backing these companies with our taxpayer money. They're picking the winners. They don't have a level playing field. They get to win. And a few others. I mean, Oracle's another one. I mean, these guys are going to get to continue to win because the government are backing them. That's why we have something that's disproportionate right now. And I suggest you guys pay attention to this. This is the stuff you guys need to pay attention to. I'm about to show you something. I was going to make a video about it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh man, I might not be able to. I might not have it up. Ah, oh doggone it. I don't have it up anymore. Just a second. Let me see here. Let me see. Nope. Oh, no, 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 no. I messed up. I don't even know what it's under, which is even worse. This is even worse. Okay. All right. The top 10% of the stocks in the stock market. All right. That's what I'm looking for. Top 10% of the stocks in the stock market. They are over 75%. Can you believe this? Of all the stocks weighted on all the indexes, they're valued at 75%. The top 10% of the stocks valued at 75%. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find this. I'll bring up the chart in a second. And guess what? Does anybody know the last? Oh, and it's a record, by the way. The last time it got into the 70s, can anybody guess what happened? This is a record right now, 77%, I think it is, 76%. Um, Let me see if I can find it real quick. Nope, I don't see it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Somebody's got to have it. Anybody want to take a guess? Nobody's going to guess this one, so I'll just let you know the first one. The first one, .com bust 2000s. The top 10% of stocks on all the stock indexes in the United States, the major ones, went up to around 70% of the stock values. The top 10. That is not a good thing. Because if the top 10% has a meltdown, which is what happened in 1999, 2000 for the .com era bust, that is what puts us in a danger zone. I think that's number 3. That's number 3 out of the top 3. So anybody guess yet? Let me go look before I tell you. Actually, it's kind of easy to figure, but people won't guess after I said .com. No guess. You know when. Great Depression, ladies and gentlemen. Great Depression. That's right. And I can't pull up the chart that I need either. That's weird. Oh, wait, maybe. Nope, that's not it. I know why it's not coming up. Top 10% of stocks is what percent of the overall stock market? There we go. No wonder I put in S&P 500. That's why. Here we go. You guys are going to get a preview. Let me see if I can pull this out of somewhere. Here we go. Where are you? Come on now. Not let me pull it up. Okay, you can act cute. You can act cute. Here, we'll do it a different way. Open in new tab. All right, check this out. This is going to be wild. This is going to be wild. Let's see if we can get there. Nope. Nope, not there. 2008, the Great Recession? Nope. Not it. Good guess, though. Good guess. All right, let's see if I can pull this up. I think I'm in Reddit too right now. That's not what I really wanted. I wanted this actual image. Okay, I'll use the Reddit image, no problem. Here we go. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bad news. Bad news. The American Night. Okay, that's the one I want. American Nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. There's always, this is why you have to stay on top of all kinds of information, because this is the type of information you need. Need to pay attention. Check this out. Check this out. This is crazy. Look at this. There you go. You guys know it was 1930s. Is number two. Look at this right here. .com bust. 2008, you would think, but remember, 2008 was a housing crisis because they gave out them loans that were, probably shouldn't have been issued. And then the housing prices went up so fast, literally in California, it was like you can buy a house for 300,000 this month, for instance, in August, and then all of a sudden in October it's worth 350,000. So then people were either refining or selling, making a quick 50 G's. Because now you could buy another house for 350, and a couple months later another house will be 400 grand. That's how fast it was moving up. Seemingly it was fast. So it wasn't based on stocks. There weren't holding the top 10% of the most of the stocks at the time. But now you can see the weight. Top 10% is over 75%. And these are alarm bells. It's 76 or 77% right now. And you can see last time this occurred is number 2 on the list now is the Great Depression. Number 3, .com bust. And if you guys weren't into dot in the 1990s when it was ripping and roaring, in fact, it's similar to what's happening right now. Similar because it was tech, Microsofts, the Apples, the Googles, the Yahoos, it was tech oriented, the chip manufacturers, the ROM manufacturers, the RAM manufacturers, they are all on the stock market. And their stock price was going ballistic, just like Pelletier. Same kind of thing. Just like Nvidia's, just like AMD's, all of them. It's mimicking exactly the .com bust. But the policies in place by Trump is mimicking the Great Depression. So we actually have two of the same things going on now at the same time. Because remember, the roaring 1920s, then it was the Herbert Hoover tariff wars. And there's 3 triggers though. They did the tariff wars was one of the 3 factors. But when he did the tariff wars, then he kind of did it same kind of thing. It turned into isolationism, and now people didn't want to buy from the United States, which is happening here now. But back then, it was more like this little country. We'll buy from somebody else. We don't have to buy from you. You just had the cheaper stuff. But hey, if you want to act like this, we're not going to buy from you. So then people lost their jobs. So then when people lost their jobs, there's no money going in the bank. The bank is leveraged 9-1, 8-1, whatever it was at the time. And so now when people showed up to get their money, they locked the doors, called it a bank holiday. Now you can't go buy anything. So now the business is either going to have to give you credit, which does them no good because they have no money coming in. And so it's an implosion, unnecessary implosion. And so those are the type of factors that occurred. And that's what's going to happen with us right now. We're losing jobs. We're losing manufacturing jobs. Banks and financial institutions are having a problem to finagle their derivatives. So this is why we have a president who's adamant about reducing the Federal Reserve rate, because internally they can do 4.25 to 4.5. You got to make some money, so maybe they'll do 5.5. But see, that's why they want to do it, because internally they win. It doesn't do us any good. The big boys win because they're going to go from 4.25 to 4.5. And if they do, let's call it a 50%, 0.5, 50 basis point for everybody that goes with the Wall Street speak, or 0.5% percentage points, it could drop it to 3.75 to 4.25. These guys can now refinance. Instead of having a 4.25 or a 4.5, they could refinance their debt at 3.75. That one percentage point on $20 million, $100 million, $1 billion is a lot of freaking money. All right. So this is why he's adamant about it, to help the rich guys. They got to refi their stuff because they were getting loans in between that 4% to 4.5%. So if they can get it down under into the threes, they're refining. That's why you have the president harping on, I need it down. I need it down, because the dudes are like, hey, man, we're making less money. We can't pay our bills. The revenue's off. We got problems. We're going to have to get a loan. You better do something. The money that they said you're going to do the tax break, we're not going to see that for another 6 months to a year. We need some help now. Once you understand what's going on, now you understand why somebody stands up on a podium and starts going, Jerome Powell, hurry up and get that down. By the way, I want to show you guys something. Let me see if I can find this. I think I got rid of it too. Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm not going to be able to show you. But I was about to show you something. Okay, I'll just tell you what it is. So everybody, we'll just take it at face value. All right, we'll take it at face value that the interest rate, the CPI report, we'll just take it as truth. 2.7%. All right. The last time the CPI report in 2023 was 2.7%. When everybody's losing their mind and saying, hey, this inflation, 2.7% in 2023. I can't remember which month it was, but that was from the previous year, just like now. Guess what the Federal Reserve did? You guys know. We're economists too sometimes. You guys know what they did, right? They didn't stay pat because their target is 2%. So if you got a year over year of 2.7% like we do now, guess what? They raised it like they're supposed to. They didn't reduce it, they raised it. So, see, I remind everybody who said back then, oh, this is bad, this is bad. Well, the Federal Reserve raised it, and it was only 2.7% difference from the previous year, just like now. So if you thought it was bad to 2023, why isn't it worse now? Because that's 2.7 off of 2024's number. So how is it better 2 years later, and they're talking about reducing the interest rate, the federal funds rate? You do understand when they do that with high inflation, higher inflation comes. I hope you guys know this. And due to pressure by Trump, I think they're going to do it. And they're going to reduce the interest rate instead of increase their federal funds rate. If they don't do anything, I would be happy. Because otherwise, the American dream, you guys, you can forget about it, because only the top 15% are going to be living the American dream. You will not be able to outpace the inflation that's coming. Because the reason I say that, refinancing here, let me play some lines for you so you guys understand where we're going. If they do what I just said, remember, if they do something crazy and do zero point 0.5 or 0.25 and now they're down to 4% or 3.75%, if they go down there, that means all these people are going to refi their mortgages, or not mortgage, but their loans. I'm talking about the rich guys, the corporations, all these guys, right? Mortgage rate is going to come down off of the 6.6, 5.9 for 15, or 5.8 for 15 year, and 6.6. All of a sudden, you might have a point back for everything. You could be in the 4.5, 4.6 for 15 years. You could be at 5.8, 5.9. People will buy at 5.8, 5.9. That will open up, unlock the housing market. Now, what's going to happen though? Higher taxes, higher insurance, higher prices. That means you're going to have an inflationary tone all across the board because home prices will elevate. And that also means property taxes elevate, insurance elevates if you can get it. And that puts stress on the whole system. That's inflationary. By rights, I keep saying this, they should have increased it last month. They should have increased it in next month, but they're going to acquiesce and say, F it. We'll just let this crumble with this guy. And that's why our dear leader is taking over all of the people that report. That's why now he wants to get rid of the housing, the jobs report. That's what the new guy in charge of BLS says. We're not going to do the jobs report no more. There's a reason. We're losing jobs. That's why, because he's doing this tariff war stuff and causing our manufacturing to go down. And that's why you're going to have a job loss. It's not like rocket science. That's how it's going to work. So that's why now they're trying to get rid of the information. So first he puts in a guy that now it's suspect, whatever he says. Then that guy starts saying, we don't need the jobs report anymore. Well, the Federal Reserve operates some of their criteria on how they calculate everything based on the jobs report. So if you take that away and you don't know that manufacturing jobs, we're losing manufacturing jobs, then they can't make a determination. Now they're going, well, we don't have enough jobs to fill. That's bad. That's a weight on our economy. That's the American nightmare. It's happening right now as we speak. We're under 50 on the PMI. So we're, granted, it's 49.6 or 7, but under 50 means we're losing manufacturing jobs. And those jobs are livable wage jobs. So now you're losing out on $100,000, $90,000 jobs, 120, and trading them into what? $20 an hour, $30 an hour. That's not good. All right. Not good, ladies and gentlemen. Not good at all. So those are the things you got to look at. Oh, by the way, yesterday, a 3-year ETH production from staking sold. Nice. Oh, is that? Yeah, that was a company that, well, there's another company that went public yesterday. That's great, man. That's great. But what the, oh, wow, I can't get this off. That's interesting. Again, this person shows up every day. Go ahead and reduce at least 2 basis points. I say let it rip. Our national debt is over 37 trillion, 41. What do we have to lose? Opportunity to buy another rental property. No, you're not going to be able to buy another rental property, man. No, not going to happen. There's a reason. You can buy another rental property, but the problem is who's going to be able to rent there? That's, for what you have to purchase it for. And by the way, the 37 trillion deficit, you can forget about it. You're adding 4 trillion with the tax cut tax breaks over the next 10 years. So you might as well just book it in. It's 41 trillion. That's the IOU. It's already coming. So we're at 41 trillion. And by the way, we owe $1 trillion in interest only. And after we do this next 4 trillion, it's going to cost us $700 million annually. So we're going to owe $1,700,000,000 in interest only, and we can't pay it off, and it's inflationary. So when you say let it rip, you're letting rip the tax cut, tax breaks, add on the 4 trillion. You're saying people are going to buy houses and buy whatever. Prices are going to rise that way, which now means your insurance rises, your property taxes rise. So now what? Who's going to be making this extra money? There's no jobs that's there to make the extra money. That's why the jobs matter. Livable wage jobs matter even more. But you're already at 80% of the people are living paycheck to paycheck in America right now. So even if you raise prices, what's going to happen? 90% of America is living paycheck to paycheck. And now we have a 5% jobless rate, which is supposedly going to be hidden potentially now. And the manufacturing job, they're going to take that off the list too. They're not going to report PMIs anymore. So now you're not going to find out about the manufacturing jobs. Come on. This just tells you one thing. We're losing. They're manipulating things to not allow people to know how bad it is on the guise of, look at the stock market, all-time record highs. Yeah, but Main Street is crumbling. Ordinary citizens, that's you, we're losing. It's an American nightmare and it's slow rolling. Slow rolling. So that's why we discuss here investing in yourself. Reduce your credit. Go see Tracy at resolvefinance.com. Okay? resolvefinance.com. Post-retirement travel and everybody else that's going to be doing short-term rentals. Margaritaville, one hell of an operation to get people there. But here's what's going to happen if this well, actually, it's going to happen. It's going to be an American nightmare. If you don't have people that have money to go on vacation, they can't stay at Airbnbs. They can't stay at hotels. What's happening is what's happened in Vegas right now. 30% drop in tourist numbers this year. They're going to be sucking wind. They're all corporations. They're going to be sucking wind if this continues, and it will, because people can't afford to go there. They're not even thinking about wasting that extra money because 80% are having problems. The other thing is Canadians have boycotted the United States, which a lot of Canadians go to the West Coast. So they're not coming, which is another reason the numbers are down. Now you're asking visitors who come in America to give a visa amount of $5,000 to $20,000. That's going to stop people from coming. It's a self-inflicted wound that's unnecessary. So now that we're doing all these things, isolationism, so to speak, we're going to be isolated, all right. The rich people win because let it rip is going to happen. If you're not in the stock market, it's bye-bye. You have to invest in the stock market. So when they have these little blips right now, it's only you have to take advantage. I expect the market to just go down, but the thing is, I expect the Federal Reserve to let it rip, like Post-Retirement Travel said, because they're sitting there like, you know what, guys? Federal Reserve actually has equities. They have a trading desk. They actually have stocks. So they have a vested interest to make sure stock market stays up. People have to understand this. They're not an independent agency. They actually own stocks. Okay? So they have a vested interest to make sure the stock market goes up. The fact of the matter is, sooner or later, remember, they had 2 people vote last in July on the board of the Federal Reserve said, we want to reduce rates. The other 9 voted to not do anything. Just stand pat. Let's see what the news says later. But by rights, they should have raised the interest rate then. But here we are. Now, they're going to probably reduce it under pressure. I don't know if they have the balls. I mean, they had the balls to resist so far. But again, resisting was not resisting. They should have raised it. That would have been resisting. Now they're probably just going to go, F it. We sold our equities. F it. Hey, anybody check the equity count with the Federal Reserve? Are they reducing their holdings of stocks? I wonder. Because see, that actually will tell you a lot. Um, let's go look. Reducing balance sheet. Let's go look. Let's go look. Let's see what these guys have been up to. See, all these little indicators is why somebody in power that's doing bad stuff, not that's causing havoc, they don't want you to know. Okay. Yep. Oh, hold on. Previously, May. Yep. Decreased 340 billion from about 7.1 trillion to about 6.7 trillion in March. They're reducing it, ladies and gentlemen. See, we can always find information. These dudes are reducing, they're down to 6.4 in June. Oh man, I see what they're doing. These dudes quietly are reducing the balance sheet while they're saying, hold on, we're going to hold. We're not going to do nothing. Hold on. We got a little more ways to go. We got to get down under 4 trillion. They're heading fast down. Jeez, that was fast. They took off 1 trillion. They sold 1 trillion already. Wow. And just so you guys know, they had 9 trillion in 2022 on their balance sheet. Now they're down to 6.4 as of June. I wonder how much more they're down. I'd be willing to bet you in July. The whole part for July was in their meetings, they probably were like, hey, man, we're going to reduce the interest rate. You know what's going to happen. We better get some more stuff down. Let's just hold right now and and talk to them in 2 months. So they could take 2 more months to get down to 4 point something. So July, I'm going to assume they went down. I could look it up. Let's see. Anyhow, this tells you all you need to know. They're reducing their balance sheet. They're holding a lot of equities, and they're not doing these little 340 billion in September 2024. 6.7 trillion left in March, and then in June they took off another 300 and some odd. So it looks like they're taking off 300 and some odd billion every 3 months, 4 months. That's what it looks like. June, July, August, September. That means they're going to take off another 340. So they're going to be down to around 6 trillion or 5.9 trillion. That's a lot. Trillion is a lot of money. And I'll be willing to bet you a lot of this has to deal with bonds. Some of this is bonds, though. They're not going to sell that. So, interesting. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what's coming. You can see what's coming. And by the way, whenever we print money, that's 4.3% right now. When people come and buy bonds, that allows our government to print money. We owe 4.3%. That's what you receive in interest. That's why the calculation, it's 1.7 billion in interest only in 2 years. That's how much we're going to owe every year. So now you understand there's going to be a meltdown sooner or later. It's just a matter of when. And the Federal Reserve is not going to be around to bail anybody out, pretty much. They're like, F that. We're out. We're out. Talking about credit scores, based on your experience, what will you say is an excellent credit score? 775. I asked because the definition are different from 3 reporting agencies. I say right now, 775 is the goal by December 2026. I mean, a good score is 750. I mean, 740, 750, that's decent. I mean, that's great score these days. But I think they're going to up it 775. That's where you need to be, ladies and gentlemen. 70, 75 and up because you're going to get opportunities, right? I got something again yesterday and it already started. 18 months, 0% interest. Um, it's already started. I mean, that's what I got yesterday. And I got something the other day that said, I throw them away. It's something else said 24 months, 0% interest. We're talking about credit cards. And so there's some stuff out here that's crazy, crazy. All types of incentives to get credit because those are derivatives. You have to understand they can sell that piece of paper that you or that amount you have, where they say, hey, we have these thousand people, they have 15,000 on their card, it's valued at X amount, we're collecting whatever percent. Who will give me something to take over this paper? I mean, they do it all the time. And they actually can sell it to their own company, which is sickening. All right. But I would say 775 is what I mean. The real excellent scores is 800, A lot of people, it's hard to have like an 825. Too much credit situations, you know. But 775 will do you good, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I'm saying this is because post retirement travel said the key word: get some rental properties. That's your American dream. Get some assets. And it's going to be risky whether you're going to do commercial or personal. It's going to be risky no matter how you slice it because there has to be customers that can pay. And if we continue to hemorrhage jobs and livable wage jobs, we're losing customers that can pay. It's very simple. This is the same reason why I was talking about the DR. DR is in the same boat. DR has Dominican Republic. They have 8.5 tourists last year. They're on track to have maybe 8.7 this year or 8.5 again. If you add 8,000 to 10,000 rooms, as I discussed on the last live, hotels and short-term rentals, but you don't increase the amount of tourists, and that number I'm giving you is just in the Punta Cana area. That's not on the whole island. That's just in Punta Cana. They're adding that many rooms by next year, this year and next year. So that presents a problem. And you guys know supply and demand. If there's an unlimited supply and hardly any demand, then that means you have to slash your prices. And then it gets to a point you then slash your prices where you can't even make profit, even if you did occupancy at 90%, and you can't get 90% occupancy. So now you start selling the property. It has a lower value, which we win. So that's why I said on one of my lives in the past 7 days, I said, hey, anybody who thinks they missed the game for buying in DR, I know it's hard to see right now because of all the rhetoric, but in my mind, I'm sitting here like, there's no real advantage anymore other than you're risking money unnecessarily. You would have to buy at like low ones. And even then, it's risky. Even then, at this point, because it went half a year, we have more information. They haven't disclosed July's numbers in DR. So I went and looked at what's up with DR tourist numbers in 2024. They had 811,000 tourists by air come into DR July 2024. The Caribbean Journal reported before the end of August or the end of July that they have to prop things up. The Ministry of Tourism goes, oh, we're going to have a record year. It's going to be 800,000 plus people. Well, If you include cruise from last year, it's 1 million. So in order to beat that number, which they probably will because they're going to have an increase in cruise, I highly doubt if they get to 811,000 by air. Only because the record so far dictates that if they do get 811,000 by air, all that's going to happen is it's going to fall like 818,000 by air came this year. It's not going to be significant jump. 8,000 more is nothing divided by 4 weeks. That's only 2,000 people a week extra. And that's people. And then two people of those means there's 1,000 people. So 1,000 people extra over the whole island ain't, I mean, that's nothing. You need 50,000, 60,000 extra. That's what you need. So I doubt if it's going to be 890,000 by air. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. So let me know what you think. I mean, what do you think the score should be? I think it's that. The majority of times, the point score variance between the three companies is very different. Oh, it's going to be a lot different now. They're using Vantage scores. There's companies using the Vantage score, which typically, generally, is a little higher. So now they're skewing the credit scores because they need more people to qualify for loans. I told you guys, the 40-year home loan is here. It's already here. When their houses start selling again, you'll see mortgage companies putting out their 40-year, your whole freaking life, if you lasted 40 years after you're 20 something to qualify, 60 some years before you pay off your house. Although the way the dollar is going to devalue, you're not going to mind whatever your mortgage is now 10 years from now. You're going to be sitting there looking like, damn, I thought $5,000 a month for my mortgage was a lot. But damn, I make way more money dollar wise because that is a fixed number. But because of hyperinflation, you're going to be like, you get paid more. So now 5,000 won't be as much. But that's not a good thing. that just means your property taxes and insurance and all that cost an arm and a leg too. So let's see. The majority of times, the point score variance between the three companies is very different. I've seen my report over 15 to 20 basis different. The criteria should be standard. Yeah, it's not. Each credit bureau has different weighted items. And I know, I agree. I don't understand why you need three bureaus. It's because they make money. And they get information. And then the other 20 bureaus behind that people don't even know about that feed them information from the courthouse steps to any access to bank accounts, all this stuff. There's stuff in the system that they keep track of. Parking tickets, even. I mean, they keep track of it all. They just don't let you know. But they now allow the Vantage credit score. That's now in the mix. So either way, you're going to need the 775. That's why I say 775, because like you said, somebody will have a 795 on one, a 780 on another, a 760 on another. I mean, that's quite possible. So the average, or like some do, they'll say, well, we only use TransUnion, or we only use Experian, or we only use Equifax when we run your credit. So that's why I say 775, ladies and gentlemen. That's the number. Get everything in order. American Nightmare, I don't want for you. A lot of people what date is this? August 13, 2025. For everybody that watches this on replay, everybody that listens to this and happens upon this 5 years from now, they'll be like, wait a minute. This guy was like Nostradamus. No, there's other economists also saying the same thing. Just like today, I told you, a government that says, I don't want certain people to work and report. Trump also told Goldman Sachs they should fire their economists who said what's going to happen when tariffs actually are put into place instead of paused. He goes, nah, you need to fire him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, another 15 economists are saying the same thing. But he's trying to silence people with the actual numbers and information. And that's the problem. If somebody's trying to silence conversation, just like right here, we have a chat room. At any time, somebody could put in the chat room, they would say, hey, Eric, those aren't the numbers, or this isn't the thing. You could say that. And so, what we would do in a normal conversation, I would say, okay, let's go look it up. Let's go see what the numbers really are. Right? Just like when I said, I predict that the Federal Reserve is probably reducing their interest rate or their holdings because they know what's going to happen when they cut it. So that's why they're delaying, because it seems like they're only doing 300 billion, 340, 300, 400 billion every like 2 or 3 months. And that does have an effect on the market because they're selling equities in a lot of instances. And you got to, that $300 billion is a lot. They're trying to spread it, but you're going to have a fluctuation. The market goes up, the market goes down. People are like, why did this happen today? Well, it could have been because these guys sold $100 million worth of stock. I mean, we don't know. They have their own trading desk, so it's hidden. See, you guys, that's how it works. So things aren't often what they appear to be, but you need to know the numbers. Then you can have a discussion on why this is going to work, why this is not going to work, what's going to happen. And all economists, I mean, 90% of economists, 99% of economists say exactly what I'm saying. I'm glad they finally caught up after a year. Jesus Christ. Remember, we had the election, and I said what would happen if this guy gets elected because he's going to do the tariffs. And we all know what's going to happen with tariffs. Standard issue. And we knew he's going to do tax cut, tax breaks. And we know that's inflationary, both of those. So now we were going to be in this situation anyhow, right? With that guy winning. So here we are. And now they're trying to silence the people that give the actual numbers and economists and everybody that says what's really happening. Like it's going to matter. Like people aren't going to know they can't get jobs and they don't have livable wages and the prices aren't going up. Like, I don't understand. It would be better if you told the truth so then people can prepare. They can say, hold up, I'm leaving the country. I'm going to Spain. I'm going to Portugal or wherever. I'm going to Costa Rica, Belize. I'm out. I mean, at least give people an opportunity instead of lying to them. And then all of a sudden they wake up and it's like a meltdown. But you guys know there's going to be a meltdown, right? That's why you have to have offshore. I'll keep saying it, offshore items. Don't put all your eggs in the American dream because it's a nightmare and a dream. You still have opportunity here in America, but the opportunity window is smaller than it's ever been. This is the weakest it's ever been for job growth, high paying jobs. There's not that it's getting concentrated. I mean, how many AI jobs can you have that's going to be high paying? Let's get real. Data centers employing less than 50 people, but it takes 7,000 people to build a data center. But after it's built, they're gone. And oh, by the way, if you're around a data center, you better find out where your water is, because that sucks up a whole bunch of water. In fact, you should be at your city council. You should be at that meeting. Hell no, we don't want one of them things around here. I'm just saying. Your electricity bills go up, your water bill is going to go up, and they're going to be sucking the aquifer dry. You don't want these things in your backyard. Just saying. That's why they usually go to a rural destination or, you know who, the people that don't have that much money in their neighborhoods. The lower economic neighborhoods that can't fight back because the rich people always have lawyers and can fight back. The other side, not so much. That's American way. It's not the American dream. So just be very careful out here what you wish for, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let anybody promise you there's going to be thousands of jobs at the data center. Yeah, there will be when they build it. After they're gone and there is no thousands, then it's 50 people, 35 people max. That's it. All that economy's gone because all those workers are gone and now you're down to 50 and they're sucking your electricity and your water, and the electricity bills are going to go up, your water bills are going to go up on top of your insurance and on top of your property taxes. Winning, but we're winning in the stock market right now. Just concentrate on that. Study. I'm giving you information that you should be able to use, and you know a time zone. You got 1 year, 4 months. You have helpers. One of the reasons the top 10% control a lot of shares of stock is because they are the richest corporations and they buy their own shares of stock back. And let's call it what it is. Federal Reserve also probably bought some of their shares of stock too to help boost it up even more. So stay calm out here. There's going to be fluctuations until it breaks. So again, my estimation was 1 year, 4 months, but I did not estimate that we're going to have a rogue government like this where they're going to put in their own person that's going to be chairman, replace a seat on the board. So now you could possibly have 3 people that are in this camp, loyalist camp, and then you're going to have the head, the chairman, which I don't know how much sway he has because I don't know what's going to happen if you had a vote that they said, hey, 9-2 says we either raise rates or keep the rate the same, and we compromise that keep the rate the same. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if some guy's just going to go, well, I'm the chairman, I say what it goes, and now that caused another constitutional crisis. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is it's going to be mayhem, and that mayhem, people aren't going to be investing in the United States. Just saying. We've been down this rodeo before. Herbert Hoover, he's the one that started it all. Well, not really. McKinley, 1890, started it all with his tariff war stuff. And then he finally, after 6 years, well, maybe it wasn't the best thing to do. Well, no, duh. You created a great recession because of it. Yeah, maybe it's not the thing to do. Herbert Hoover, he was still up, straight up tariffs. As the country was melting away. Give us your gold, give us your silver. It's going to be illegal. You're going to be patriotic, aren't you? We need the money. Didn't even have to get there. Just like now, it doesn't have to get there. We'd be doing great without tax cut, tax breaks. We'd be doing great without the tariff war. Everything would be great. It's set up to be great. But here we are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, enough for that. I've been talking about that for 2 days. I'm going to be talking about it for 3 days probably. But don't miss us Friday night. Friday night, story night. But you guys hopefully have gotten some information tonight that can help you out in the long run. But you have to invest in something, the crypto, the gold, a little bit of gold and silver, a little bit of that, a little bit of crypto. And look for real estate deals, not startups. Don't buy business startups. Look for something that you know is not heavily based on consumers having to buy from you. All right, that's very hard. A business that doesn't rely mostly on consumers having to buy from you. How many jobs is that? Right? Think about it. That's what you have to worry about. What happens if we move another 5% of the population doesn't have money and we're at 85% of the people live paycheck to paycheck? What happens if it moves to 90%? This is all possible. I don't know what it's going to move to, but it's going to move up. We just don't know how far. But 85% is detrimental. 80% is detrimental. That just means more people don't spend money when you live paycheck to paycheck. That's all that happens. They don't spend money. So therefore, businesses lay off, like Walmart is going to close stores. Yes, Walmart's closing stores. All right. I mean, seriously, that's what's happening as we speak. It's not maintainable for even them. They're just like, hold on, we got all this product. We had to order in advance, but actually, if forget ordering in advance because this tariff stuff is making our supply chains all out of whack. It's costing us more money, more headaches. It's just better just close all these stores that's not on our profitability list because they know where we're moving. They're having less revenues, so they're sitting there going, same revenues, higher expenses, less profit, or more revenues, less profit, going in the wrong direction. So they're saying, you know what, I'd rather get out, but we still get subsidies. We still get subsidies. All right, EV Place. All right, I believe it will stay till the end of the year. Then put your seatbelts on. Yeah, I don't really think they're going to stay till the end of the year. By rights, they should raise the rate. And they don't have the cojones because they would have done it this time. In fact, let's just call it the feds never have cojones. All they do is delay, delay, delay the inevitable. They're supposed to raise the interest rates. They're going to reduce it. I think they're going to do that in September just by pressure, but they're going to do it because they're safe. They're doing it because they're selling trillions of dollars worth of their equities right now. They're getting out. They're going to sell $2 trillion before they do anything. They're going to go from 7.1 down to the fives for trillion. So they're going to sell a 1.5 to $2 trillion of equities. So if it melts down, they're just going to be looking on the sideline laughing, being like, I'm glad we got out. Unfortunately, we couldn't tell the American people they're effed. 80% of them are effed. That's what's going to happen. There will be another factor here. In fact, I think it may have already started. There's going to be credit allowances. What do I mean? We're going to be back in the 2008 era, 2006 era and 7 era, where they're going to make exceptions for your credit scores. So you're going to have a 650, 620. They're going to go, no problem. We'll give you this, which will probably be a house, right? We'll give you this. It'll be a car, but you have a 10-year note or 12. That's what they're going to do. They're going to make exceptions because that's not where the money is in selling. The money is in the paper, like I told you guys before. So they're going to make exceptions. So who cares about a meltdown of those bad funding situations? All they're going to do is do what they did last time. Who's going to buy this from us? We have $100 million worth of notes. Who will give us 30? We know it's garbage, but we ain't going to wait around. 30 mil. How about it? 25 mil. We'll take that up front right now. You can try to collect 100 million. All right. You guys got to understand this is where we're going. I believe we'll see if I'm right. And since this video is going to be up here on YouTube, as long as I'm not going to be banned because we're not monetized. So as long as I'm here, it'll be traceable and people will be able to go, hey, this dude was talking about this in August of 13th, 2025. And here it is. Damn, how did he freaking know? February 2027. That's what it's going to be like. Actually, I think it's going to implode before that, but 1 year, 4 months, I'm not even feeling easy about that anymore. Because I didn't anticipate there was going to be a rush of trying to do all this crazy stuff. Trying to mess with the Federal Reserve, changing up who's reporting, losing confidence from the numbers that are coming out from people here and abroad. That causes a problem. Because we need investment from outside of the United States. You can't just wake up and say some country's going to invest $500 million. Invest in what? Energy. That was one of them for the EU, $600 million in energy. And then the EU comes out and says, no, we're not agreeing to that. So this is what I'm referring to. They're doing things that are unconventional, trying to act like it's good when it's not good for ordinary citizens. The OCs, $500 million to an energy company, that just keeps the rich dudes getting richer. That doesn't help anybody except the people that work there at the energy plant. That's about it. A few hundred people. That's not helping 100 million people, 150 million people. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, make sure you get your acts together. Reduce your debt. I shouldn't. Oh man. Oh, by the way, EV Place is here. You got to show some love if you like your speaker system. He has a unique speaker system, not the system itself, the power for your system. Clean, green, rechargeable energy. And you can add watts. Like there's the module he has is 700 watts. Now I know you can do parallel. So you want to go to 1400 watts? He can make it parallel. So you'll have 1400 watts. He has the modules. So you got to go find out what I'm talking about. And I know there's some car stereo lovers out here watching because, investors do collect cars, right? You know how they are. You are one of them. You guys know how you are. You collect cars. And some of you like your audio system to be some of the best audio system. But are you really having the best audio system? How about some clean power? Rechargeable power. So when you're driving around, the watts are rechargeable for sitting still for 1 hour. There's the link in the chat room to eBay. You can go check it out. That's what EV Place does. His side job. And so that's what he does. And again, people you have to sometimes study. Look, if you are seriously in the cars, you hear name brand, 1,000 watts. Listen, that means absolutely nothing unless you start talking to me about my amps, what type of wires I'm using, the gauge, the plugs, whatever your configuration is, it has to be the cleanest and the best. And that's why the best systems cost more. They're not using the wrong gauge, so it gets distortion, vibration. No, they're using the best gauge on the wires. They're using the best connectors. Because everything that connects, everything that sound goes through, it has to be the best and the least path of resistance. Now you get crispy sounds. Now, a lot of people go, well, I want a couple thousand watts. Then they put these funky speakers in that don't even hold the 1,000 watts. Like they're trying to blow up their speakers or something. I'm just like, what are you doing, man? You just bought these 100, 200 watt woofers over here, and you want to feed in 1,000 on an amp. What are you trying to do? Your system doesn't even hold it. It's cute. Can't use it. Why pay for it? I mean, you have to understand what you're buying. So if you want to upgrade your system, I'm going to tell you right now, if I was into car stereos like I used to be, I wish they would have had this. Because I would have been like, oh man, talking about, hey man, here's 1,400 watts on demand, no amp. I would have been like, are you serious? I don't even have to hop it up. Straight up power, straight in. I was like, that takes a chink out of the chain of distortion meters. I love it. I love this. This has so much potential. I can squeeze all the best from any speaker. No big investment necessary in fancy brands. Exactly. Oh, oh, I'm glad you brought this up because I just had flashbacks. Okay, back in the day, the speakers, okay, the more expensive speakers were the better speakers. You could use lower level speakers if you had the crispy gauged and everything that I'm talking about. You could still get great sound out of lower cost speakers than the higher ones, because the cleaner your sound is, the better. This is what he's talking about. He is exactly right. If he puts it together, but you have on demand now. You don't even have to worry about coming off of the alternator, which is another thing. Again, there's all kind of things that happen. If you have a 12-volt battery, your alternator sometimes goes 13.5, 14. You start sucking juice off of there, your alternator doesn't even recharge your battery. That used to happen. So that's when people say, well, let me get an inverter, let me get an amp. But all that distortion is coming through all those pieces. There's going to be distortion. It's inevitable. You can't put stuff in the line. It's got to be straight, correct, direct, and boom, everything sounds beautiful. I used to do this stuff. I used to experiment too. So back then they didn't have the stuff they have now. So this is awesome stuff. So go check out EV Place. Go check them out. If you're into speakers and want that cool, crispy sound, he does the installation too to make it look clean as well in the back. Does good stuff. This is his thing. Anybody that works on this, you guys, you know, you collectors out there, you guys know the guys that do the car shows. Come on now, stop playing. And I believe the 700 watts can last 1 hour for all you car show guys. Think about that. That you like your little show stopper, and you get two of them. So now you might have an extra hour, 2 hours, especially when it's about showtime. Now you don't have to run the line to power up your stuff, and you can actually be like, hey, they're gonna do you're up in about 20 minutes. You can unplug and run it off of the renewable energy source. And on your drive home, you're recharging your battery pack. Beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful thing. You know, California guys, you know how you like to be at the park in the Sunday afternoon. You guys know in New York, you know what I'm talking about. Hanging out and having to worry about your battery power going down after about an hour. Oh, man. Here it is. The speaker is just a resistor. It's all about the right voltage and amps they drive it. That is correct. That is correct. But you can do direct connect in this setup to get the 1,000, 1,400, 2,100 watts of power is directly coming out into the system, which makes it awfully cool. I like it. I like it. That gives you much more potential too. Hey, speaking of that EV place, I'm just curious about something. What happens when a guy has 1,000-watt woofer system? Which nothing really happens, because even if you only have 700, it's still going to come out sweet, because you don't need to really do 1,000. But I was just curious. I can do both low end and high end. Yeah, yeah. I figured that. Figured that. You know, everybody has preferences. Like I said, the guys that do the cars systems and they really want it, they go with their own unique whatever they want. There was several times where people would be bringing me stuff and I'd be like, oh man, you bought that name brand garbage. And they're like, garbage? I spent all this money on this. I said, okay, no problem. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hook up your speakers just to test before you install anything. Here's the sound of your speakers with this configuration. Now, let me go over here and get these $50 speakers. They're like, what? I said, okay, plug that up. They're like, They almost sound the same. I said, I know. You spent $800 for no freaking reason. You just said it. It almost sounds the same. I'm like, come on, man. Just go get your $800 back. All right, just go get your $800 back, man. You ain't doing. You're listening to music, right? You're not trying to do anything crazy, right? What are you doing? This is $100, man. Just call it a day. Um, but then there are some other speakers that are better. That is true. All right, basic induster system is 6 speakers, 2 low, 2 mids, 2 tweeters. The best addition is active bass. Exactly right. Exactly right. Exactly right. That's all I can say about that. That's why people started carrying the back in the day. They would carry these boxes of the bass, and I used to be like, "That's funny," but that's exactly right though, and that's why most cars now do have active bass speaker system for the upgrade. In a lot of cars that you buy, they go, "Do you want to upgrade your stereo system?" And it's like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "We add the bass in the back and do all this." Oh, yeah, yeah, throw that in. Does my car have that? Yes, it has that. Throw it in. I think my car has a fax factory factory on the Dodge. It says Alpine on the door, which kind of is a good. I'll put it this way: it's a car. It's a mid car, so I didn't mind. Alpine, fine. Sounds good. Sounds crispy. I don't really pump it up. I just old guy, normal level, cruising, chilling. Nothing crazy. I'm not even using all the wattage at any point, anytime. You know, unless one of my daughters riding with me and they say, "Hey, why don't you pump it up a little bit?" I'm like, "We got that. Hold on. I got to do a little tune up. Let me just add some stuff. Let me throw on my punch in that screen. I got to go check the levels. Let me see what's happening. Let me change it a little bit. Since you want some more sound, because I like a little more bass, let's do it." All right. With my guy, we can design any car or room system, even Estrade speakers. Any system has a space to improve. That's true. That is very true. There's a weak point for every system. He's right. There's a lot of pieces. You always have what he said: the mid, the mid, the tweeter system, and so the bass system. But active bass is the way to go for sure. I'm glad he mentioned that because I'm not really into speaker systems anymore, so I don't know what's out there. All I know is when the guy goes, "We got your Alpine system and we got this bass in the back and all this stuff." I was like, "Cool, we're good." I said, "You actually, I didn't need it, but since it comes with it, thank you, appreciate it." And I don't really care the name Alpine; it don't mean nothing much. I was like, it doesn't mean nothing to me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. I'll see you on Friday night for some more nightmares at SSN Nation that we turn into the American dreams once we get the nightmare information. So, therefore, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Buy some more of those assets. After installation, you will keep your equalizer fast like the composer wanted. Hey, hold on. What type of equalizer? I mean, how many knobs do we have these days? How many? Can we do the total? I mean, are we got 8, 9? How many can we have? The real equalizer or the one that comes in your factory set with the car? Are you putting an equalizer in that a person can actually utilize themselves? Flat, flat equalizer. You mean is it electronic? Is that what you're saying? Or is it actual sliders? Because I actually have an equalizer in my Dodge, but that's why I said I can touch the screen and change things up, but I only got like uh bass, let me see, 8. I think there's only 8. I think there's only 8 slots. I mean, the sound is so clear that you don't need the boost from your factory setup. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't need anything. We don't need anything extra in there. Take that piece out. In fact, you're messing up my crisp, clean sound by plugging that in, man. Get it out of here. I hear you. I hear you. I love that, man. I love that. Doesn't matter. No equalizer necessary after. That's what I'm talking about. See, ladies and gentlemen, he knows what he's doing. Just by these statements right here, he knows what needs to be done, giving you that crispy, clean sound without all this garbage in between the source to the speakers. That's key. Because that's what I was doing too. I was eliminating stuff, and people are like, no, man, my friend said put an inverter in. My friend said put in the equalizer. My friend said, I said, dude, do you know how much stuff? I said, seriously? What the hell? And then back in the day, they even had something to boost in the back for. I was like, dudes, just stop all this. Just stop. Stop. Just get the power straight up. I said, I'm not down with all that. But every once in a while, people would be adamant. I'd be like, man, you're wasting money with this stuff. Equalizers. There was some other power source. I was like, dudes, why are you getting all this stuff? You want me to put I was like, I gotta put this under your back seat. I gotta put it under your passenger side, driver's side seat to make this happen. I'm like, I gotta run the lines through the walls, take off your side. I was like, dudes, I'm not down with rattling. It was crazy. Need the left and right channel volume knobs. That's all you need. It's already tuned. I love it. I love it. Way to go, EV Place. That's the way to do it, man. And in fact, that's how you stay in business longer too, because it's on demand. You don't have people aren't sitting in there moving knobs around, changing stuff. They can just cut it on and roll. Although, you always want the front to back. I always I'll always put the front to back, side to side things kind of thing. I'll let that happen. But I don't like adding pieces in the pie. I like direct connects. Power to the woofers, powers to the tweeters, power to the mids. Direct. I don't like anything in between. That was my best case scenario. Oh, lifetime. What? Lifetime warranty? Wow. Your grandkids will use it. Are you kidding me right now? Hey, man, what's the dimensions of this? Out of curiosity. What's the dimensions of let's go with the 700 watts because it's in parallel. So what's the dimensions? Because the pictures I saw on eBay, it made it kind of look big. I was like, how big is this thing? Is this like, it looks like it's 2.5, 3, maybe 2.5 feet long by uh, 10 inches wide. Something like that. No jokes. I believe you because you're using clean energy, renewable, and you said it's lithium. So the only question is, how long does the lithium last? I think you said lithium, right? So it can only recharge so many. Well, I don't know how to really say it. Recharge so many times efficiently up to 95% or so. Oh, we're talking about inductor systems. I can hide behind radio unit or indoors. Yeah. Okay. I like it. I like it. So that means they're not that big. That works for me. See, I'm back in old school. Now they have new school stuff. It's probably even better. No battery needed if you use 6 speakers in car. 6 speakers is it? Okay, so you do 6 speakers. You got two, two, two. Well, there we go. There we go. If you have more than 6 speakers, then we can talk about extra power. So 700 watts does it. Nice. Very nice. I haven't even checked out speaker systems for cars in so long, 30 years at least. I'm pretty sure things have changed because back now we have electronics. Back then, we're limited on electronics as far as our chips and all that. That wasn't a thing. So everything had to be on almost analog, almost, even though there were chips and things like that, but it wasn't up to what we are at now, I'm sure. So I'm pretty sure this has to be sweet sound and stuff. Like I said, my Dodge has sweet sound and music coming out. I mean, it's crazy. I got some, you know what? I don't even know how many watts I even have, but the watts don't matter. It's crispy. Everything you can, and it has its own like equalizer system built in. So I can actually go left, right, and back, forward. Um, Actually, I got power bass boost in it and all kind of crazy. I forgot about that. I don't even use it because it just sounds so good. Whatever my setting is on it, it's awesome. Great job they did, and no rattling, which is my pet peeve too. I don't like rattling. So, EV Place, have you ever put in any uh, sound muffling panels? Used to do that too, man. Back in the day, even. This is back in the day. This is like a long time ago, guys. 1980s. 1980s when it was a when people would be I'd be doing some stereos helping people and I'd go, hey man, I got to get some of this foam. It was like foam, silvery foam stuff that you put on like wrapping paper almost, right? Like wallpaper. And they'd be like, what are you doing? I said, oh, hey man, I don't like rattling. I need to put some of this stuff in here, sound deadening stuff, and it'll be all right. They're like, what the hell? They're like, how much are you gonna charge me for this? And I used to do this stuff for free. I'd be like, no, man, no. It's almost like I'm like doing a little experimenting. You're helping me out doing my some other stuff configuration so I can help other people. Just listen to me. After I'm done, they're just like, wait, how's the sound coming out this good? How did you do this? This sounds better than my friend's $1,000 speaker setup. I only spent like a couple $100. I was like, I know. You just got to know how to get the power right, get your eeks right, get everything right, and you got to have you got the crispiest wires we can get, crispiest connections, so you're not losing distortion. And then I got your sound deadening stuff in here too, so it's absorbing some of the vibrations that you're going to have. So now your sound is coming out crisp without any problems. And they're just like, God dang, man. I said, yeah, who knew? Crazy stuff. I'm still waiting for the new batch of capacitors, but I haven't forgot about my obligation to send you a system for. How am I supposed to test it? I don't have any cars to test. Well, okay. There's a 2000 Camaro sitting here. I don't have nothing to test it on. I mean, I got a truck, but that's not going to do me no good. The speaker system in there is minimal. I mean, there ain't nothing there. Um, Let me think. I got a Cadillac, but uh, it's got a speaker system in it that's pretty good actually. Um, okay, if you send me something, I'll figure out how to check it out. I have enough vehicles around here between family members and myself, so I guess I can figure something out, right? I can test it out. All right, I appreciate it, man. You don't have to, man. I'd rather just have some sort of video, man. Do you have a YouTube channel or anything? You should have a YouTube channel showing people this is what you do. While you're doing it, just set up your on a tripod and or whatever. Show some camera stuff. Sell some of these damn things. You know how many people go to an actual store and pay thousands of dollars for what you're doing and charging people? It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, but I won't refuse any gifts. All right. Well, EV Place, we'll talk another time. In fact, I guess it's time for me to upgrade. I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to upgrade. Damn tariffs. Oh, I know, man. If you're getting anything outside the country, damn, that's not good. Yes, I'm thinking about a small car audio garage on DR. They love reggaeton, loud. Yeah, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You could help them out, quite frankly. You hear these guys pumping, just like in America, you hear these guys pumping stuff in the DR, and the stuff is just rattle, 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 rattle. And it's distorted. I'm just like, this is crazy. This is real crazy. Bose. I still have 4 Bose 701 towers. Nice. Not is Bose still around? What can I do with those? Can I try to sell them as collectors? You're damn right. There should be collectors, man. They gotta be collectors. The 701s. Oh, back in the day, man, those were fucking sweet, crispy sound coming out of 701s. Um, you know what? Let me see this, man. I was just thinking about something. Oh, you won't believe. I'm gonna look this up. This is crazy. Speakers 2, speakers 1. I have you guys ever heard of a Bose surround sound system that's wireless for your house? And it frickin's got like, I don't even know, 4,000, 5,000 watts or some crazy stuff. Um, and woofer's like 1,000 watts or something crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I just looked them up to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Yep, you're talking about the towers, the 701s. Yeah, man, people are selling them, man, for 600, 700, 500, depends on which one. But yeah, they're $500, $400 easy for the set. And just think back in the days, the 701s were probably more than that. But to be able to still get this after all this time is crazy. That is crazy. Um, yeah, surround sound, theater, Bose system, wireless. How many watts? I don't even know, but it was up there. It was up there. I could have blown crazy stuff. They say 120. Oh, hold on. That's not the ones. That's for speakers. No, I'm talking about the whole system. Home theater system. How many watts? 700. How many home theater? I think the subwoofer's that. Let's see. Haven't used it, obviously. It's in Cali. Let me see. 120 watt, 120, 700s. I have 700 speakers. This isn't my set, though. Sound bar. Nah, that's not. Wait, let me think. Nope. I got more speakers than that. I got a ton. I'm looking on Amazon. I was trying to figure out how many watts I have on mine, but the systems they have now, these aren't the ones I have. I have just what you just said for the car is the one for the Bose. And I got a subwoofer and I got some towers, but I can't remember if they were in the front. It was a sound bar. Still had that, and I had a subwoofer. Um, and it was wireless. It's pretty sick, actually. Wireless surround sound home theater. 6 inductors on 6 positive wires on each speaker behind the radio. That's it. Are you serious? And you get great sound. Check this out. I'm gonna go look this up. You got me curious now because I've never messed with any of that. Uh, okay, I see what you're doing. Wow, are you kidding me? That's all you need? Is there any different quality with the inductors? Oh, I see. I see. So they're doing the inductors is doing what we used to have to deal with. That's cool. It says they restrict to higher frequencies, allowing low frequencies to pass through unimpeded. So that means there must be, and it's looking like 18. What is that? Is that 18 gauge? Is that what they're running? This one says 20. What the hell? 10. They have different varieties of it as well. But I like that. That takes out. That's cool. That's real cool. Low frequencies. All right, to pass through. So I see you guys don't even need what I used to do. This is even the easier setup. I like it. Post retirement travel. If you have a positive wire access, we can upgrade them with inductors. Damn, that's sweet. Let's go. EV place. I still have 4 Bose 701 towers, pretty much brand new. What can I do with those? Can I try to sell them as a collector's item? Oh, I didn't see that was from post retirement travel. Um, yeah, I just looked on eBay or whatever, Amazon. They're selling for anywhere from 400 to 700, 750. So it all is going to depend on which 701s you have, which models. There's several different because they sold them for years. That used to be the thing for people's homes. They'd have those sitting there and they'd be like, "Yo, I got Bose," and the way Bose sound is different. Can I try to sell them? Yes. Hey, 6 inductors, 6 positive wires, each speaker behind radio. At post retirement travel, you have a positive wire access. We can upgrade them with inductors. What do you mean? I think they do. I think the Bose does have the positive wire and the access. I think if you mean access by unscrewing the panel, I think they do. I don't think that'd be a problem. But that'd be so sick to get the frequencies on board without even having to manipulate it. Now I understand why you say you can just cut the power on because you're already manipulating them through the inductor process. That's sick. Hey, technology is cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about off-topic stuff. I understand. Still running the live stream. You never know who else might be interested, but go see EB. Go see eBay, and I'll put it in one more time in the chat. Go to eBay. That's our man, EV Place. He sets up your system. Now I understand a little better just by finding out what the inductor does. I like that. That is sick. So the sound is allowed to pass through. Remember, I was saying earlier that you have to send sound through wires, and that's why you'll have distortion if you have the wrong wires, you have the wrong stuff. It sounds like this actually can set the tone using inductors. That's pretty sweet. The inductors didn't seem to be that expensive either. Hold on, let me see. Eh, air core inductor speaker crossover. Oh yeah, another word from the past. Used to do like, yeah, man, we're gonna do the crossovers. It used to be a box to do crossovers. That was crazy. Um, yeah, this is cool stuff. See, now you're gonna make me go look. Not that I'm gonna be doing any speaker stuff, but now I'll go look. Always like to get caught up a little bit. All right. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call this a day. I need access to positive speaker wire to install my inductor. Yeah, the positive speaker wire is out. Unless you're talking about you have to get it closer to the speaker. Then you're going to have to open up the panel. You're going to have to open up the back. But You're gonna have access. Yeah, I think you must be talking about direct connect from inside. I don't know how it works, but that's probably what you're talking about. So you're gonna have to open it up. Yeah. Bose has interesting systems the way their sound comes out. So I'm not a fan of Bose car speakers, for instance. I don't really like the way they sound. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate it. As you can see, we can talk about anything. My casa, mi casa es su casa in the SSN Nation house, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys are here on Friday night because you never know what we're going to talk about. Eric, parts are cheap. It's not a crossover, but the mystery is number of coils and wire thickness, which makes the exact parameter. I know. That's what I was talking about. The gauge of the wire is the exact same thing. I used to tell people it matters. All that matters. Um, exactly right. Coils and wire thickness. Yes, that the wires themselves are major. People don't realize how major it is. It's major. I tested. I put in different gauge wires just to check on some systems, and I was like, there's a huge spectrum. Because remember, it's energy. How clean can you get the energy through? So these inductors look like you're getting cleaner energy, which means you're going to get better sounds on the spectrum. So that's pretty cool. That's real cool. My Bose towers are Bose 701 towers, Series 2. Okay. Well, then that's a certain look. That's not like the blue ones. Um, that's the one that has the speaker. I think it has the speaker at the top. And I don't think there's anything down below if this is Series 2. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Series 2, 701 Bose Series 2. Those are collectors. I know that for a fact. That's back in the day. How do you keep those for that long? Come on now. How old are the 701s? Those old. Yep. Looking right now, $658 for the 701 Series 2. Another one, 386. I guess it's going to depend on which ones you have. But this one right here, open box 701s. Wow. Oh, I see series. Okay. Then they have these other ones, 701 direct reflecting tower. Yeah, I don't like their stuff that I don't even really like Bose. It's just that I got such a great deal on my Bose home theater system and it sounded so slick and sweet. I said, okay, I can do this Bose system. How many watts? 10 power range, 10 to 300 on the 701 speaker. But then they went up to the 901. Yeah, Bose used to be the top one of the top dogs that people loved. I was never, I mean, they're cool, but I just thought everything was too high pitched for me. All right, post retirement travel, got it. Okay, yeah, those are collectibles. You got almost like the originals. They got to be collectibles. Like I said, the price ranges from 400 to 700 for the set. I mean, it is what it is. But to be able to get that much for something that is that old is incredible. Okay, simple example. With any basic car radio installed, you will be able to go with volume to max without speaker damage and one and noise from your speaker. Yeah. No. Not in my car you won't. Um Actually I've never tried because it gets up to three-quarters of the way there, and since it's a Dodge Challenger, we're only in a two-seater. It gets up there. I don't I can't get up to full speed. It's too loud. Even with the well, I've never tried because I'm not running around with that volume anymore. I bought them. I bought them while I was stationed in Texas many years ago. That was many years ago. The Army moved them at least 5 times around the world. Yeah, but every time you got to your destination, it was like party all the time, party all the time. I bet you. Eric, I can bet on it. Really? Oh, man, it gets loud, man. The system gets loud. I mean, I've turned it up only because my daughter's like, turn it up. But I mean, it was, like old man turn up, not like 20-year-old turn up. And it was hella loud. It will be new voice order. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me go look, man. Let me go look at something. Let me go look at something. Let me go look at this. All right. Let me go see. I don't know what to call it. Upgrade. Let me go look. Let me go look. I just gotta go look, man. I think I got more than enough. I got more than enough, man. Let me go see. Uh Man, come on. Come on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know I got a better sound system. I know, I know, I know. I just don't know which one it is. Um I don't know how many watts is on it, but it's got plenty, man. Plenty. Plenty. Yeah, plenty. I got 800. No, 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 I don't think so. I got 9 speakers. I don't have 18. I got 506-watt system, 6 speaker. So that's what I got. Upgraded the sound group 2. That's what I have. It's loud enough, man. I've never turned it up, or maybe I did. I don't even know. Yeah, yeah, I got 9 speakers. I have more than six because I got a mid, I got tweeters, and I got a subwoofer. So it's pretty loud. I'd be shocked if I can turn it all the way up. So I'm gonna do that when I get back. I'm gonna turn it up and see what it sounds like. It's hard to explain. You need to hear it. Oh, I bet you. Well, we'll get to it. We'll get around to it, Eric. I have 2,500-watt RMS in the living room. God dang. Eesh. Holy smokes. 12 speakers. Holy smokes. That's enough sound, man. That's enough sound. That's enough. Good grief. Yeah, my Bose system is, like I said, I got one, two, three. I think there's 7 pieces to it, not 12. I think it's 7. Tweets, mids, sub, bar, 2 in front, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, 7 or 9. I can't remember. Can't go look it up either. Can't go find it. I just looked up Bose Wireless. Can't find it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. See you on Friday. I love you guys very much. I appreciate your support over all these years. We're not monetized. You know what? I have to add my Cash App, just like all the rest of the guys. What's that thing? Cash App. They put them symbols up there. I'm gonna have to add those. It's been a year. We've been demonetized over a year. Crazy. But that just gives us flexibility to talk about anything anyhow without them doing crazy stuff. 2 front, 2 back, 2 tweeters, subwoofer, um, sound bar, Um, how do you get to 12? 12. Even if you use two subs, separate subs, 12's a lot for a room. That's a lot. Not if you run it. If you have to do a home theater setup, I guess 12 wouldn't be a lot. Because then you can run them in the ceilings, run them across the front. That's crazy. All right. Well, it was speaker talk tonight. You know the man to go see about setting up your car systems and it looks like home systems. Renewable energy for your car system, which I think that is a bonus myself. I think it's a bonus. No, no, I mean 6 speakers is enough to get 3D experience with my inductors. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know how we get that many, but yeah, 6 speakers is always good. Six is it. I mean, I don't. There's really no reason not to. The only addition is going to be a woofer, subwoofer of some sort. That's it. But I mean, usually the back is the bass anyhow. So either way, it's not like you're gonna. That's why I'm like getting past 6 and 7 is kind of hard, unless you have some specialties. Like my Dodge has one in the middle. It has something in the middle, in the middle, than the tweeters subgroup. It has 9 speakers in there in subgroup two. So I don't know where all 9 is. I just know there's a subwoofer in there. That's all I know. Because when you get up to the bass kicks. The subwoofer kicks. Now I know why, because it's 500-watt system in a small confined space. It's a 2-seater. So, I mean, there's a seat in the back, but in all essence, it's a small cockpit. So there's not much volume. So, and in fact, because they use that cheap tin steel, is so thin. I think it's gonna vibrate. If I turn it up, I think it's gonna vibrate. No, no, I mean 6 speakers enough 3D experience with my inductors. Cool. In my living room, 2 front, 2 back, 2 side, 4 tweeters. Yep, 2 subs. Okay, I knew it was gonna be 2 subs, but you went up with 4 tweeters instead of 2. Wow, that's a lot. But actually, I like that setup because now you have sound throughout instead of the tweeters being up front. And then you have mids, and then you have bass, and then you have the subs all in different locations. I like this when you have tweeters in different locations. I like that because when a normal surround sound doesn't come right sometimes because of tweeters in the surround sound system, your tweeters are you only have 2 of them, and you really should have more than 2. And that's the funny part. The Bose system had the surround sound, and I actually they wanted me that it's supposed that it was wireless, so they had the tweeters up front, and I was like, I don't know. So I was like, I'm taking them to the back to see how it sounds in the room because it was in a loft. It wasn't enclosed. So I actually liked it coming from the back. As I'm sitting there watching, I could hear it. But again, it cuts on certain things on surround sound. So I was messing around with it, trying to get it to move, tell it to play in different locations, because it played in certain locations. Depending if it's subwoofer, it's in the front. If you have the first 2, then it's given the sound for certain things coming out. So yet I reconfigured the sound, and actually the Bose system allowed me to reconfigure sounds. It's pretty sick, actually. Pretty sick. And they are isolated from each other. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I don't trust wireless speakers. You should not. You should not. I will never get it again. You want to know why? Because since it's not hardwired, it misses. Exactly right. Do not trust wireless speaker systems. You got that right. It misses the signal because it fires. We're talking about sound. It fires. You're talking about milliseconds. And so the signal, it takes a minute for the signal to hit. So it's a slight delay. You're exactly right. I don't trust them either. I have a system. It's pretty cool, but there is times that it's like that delay is noticeable if you got like sequences coming up, pop, 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 real fast, and the screen shows you something. The sound is like it's right there, just that little extra off because it has to send signals. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. So, but it's still cool. It's still cool. But you are right. That's why it's always got to be hardwired. But I had to get the system. The guys offered me a deal I could not refuse. Let's just put it that way at the store. It was one of those Black Friday special deals. And I went to the home theater room. I can't remember who I got it from, but all I remember is I went to the home theater room because I was like skeptical. I'm like, wireless. But it was so cheap. Bose system so cheap. I went in the room. Oh, it was sounding awesome. Of course, it's fixed up in their environment. I get it home, and oh yeah, it was bellissimo. But occasionally, in actions packed sequences, since it has to send a signal, there's like a little. You can tell when you're watching something, and you'll see action, and then sound should have came out, but it's like an extra. You know, it's not even a second. It's just like boom, boom, boom. It's like boom, boom. You know it should have happened, but it's like just a little. I'll even say probably another couple of milliseconds. That's what it's like. Um, but you're exactly right. Don't do it for everybody there about speakers. He's exactly right. Hardwire, the only way to go. After system active, you don't know where are the speakers. Sound is coming from all around you. That's cool. My customers are usually looking for a sub in my demo car with I don't have there. Because the inductors, that's why I like it. Crisp and clean as well. Clean is the key word, everybody, for your speaker system. Again, I reiterate, you need it to be clean as possible from point A to point B. You don't need any interruption, and you need the exact wiring to do it. The perfect wire gauge is what I used to say. That's what you need. Oh, I didn't even have opticals. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my God. Optical means that, oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm melting now. Optical means sound is even the crispiest you can get. Holy smokes, it's fiber optics. Oh my. Seriously? Oh, that's about as crispy as you can get. Forget the gauge. That's going to be crispy. I never had the luxury of being able to use those. Back in the day, we didn't have those. Well, I shouldn't say we didn't have them. We had them, but nobody was going to buy them. That stuff was expensive. People would have systems with optical, you could do optical plug in, but it was way ahead of its time because in order to do that, you had to buy something else that was very expensive to make that move. Now, optical cables is a thing. I mean, Ethernet and all that stuff is a thing. Back then, they had an output, but nobody was buying it because first it was like, where can you get it? Second, if you found it, it was just way out of the charts. Why even bother? But yeah, friends of mine had those at their house, optical. In fact, I have a what do I have at my? I have something that has optical on it. I've never. Oh, surround sound systems. Back in the day, the surround sound systems had an optical output or input. Can't remember which one. But yeah, they'd be. You'd look back there and be like, ah, oh, they got that. No, I don't know what that is. Oh wait, hold on. You talking about an extra $500 for it? No, it was crazy stuff. But anyhow, that's right, man. I love it. because you can run it. Don't have to use gauge anymore. You can just use opticals. That's sick. That's sick. That's real cool. That is real cool. Low end or high end, it's up to you. Opticals is cool, man. That would be so crispy. That would be flawless sound, depending on the where you're getting the sound from. I'm assuming we're talking about Sirius Radio or something. I mean, I don't think we're talking. Are we? What do you play on anymore in a car? Are we doing DVDs? I mean, what are people using? CDs? What are they using? Or are they using their phone plug-in? What are they using for that? What's the source? Because the source matters. What's the crispiest sound you can get from from audio? Are we using digital? Is that it? I mean, we're just using digital sound. So that means your Sirius radio station works crispy. Does that mean you plug in your cell phone and goes to your playlist and that's crispy? I mean, what is the degrees these days? I haven't checked out stereo systems in a long time because source matters as well. Because we can't go back to. I mean, I can't even imagine people have CDs in their car. That's crazy. Well, it's not really crazy. It's just kind of crazy. I don't know who's buying CDs when you have streaming. So what are you doing? The source is the head unit, at least in the car. Optics cables I'm using in house and studio installations. Okay, all right. So the head unit is doing it depending on what comes out from there, but that's the source. So basically, you're streaming on like Sirius or FM radio or something like that, and it's putting it out to the speakers. Nothing special, or plugging into cell phones or whatever else in the systems. Optic cables you're using in the house in the studio. Okay, are you using optics in the car? I mean, fiber optics in the car is sick. If that's what that would be sick as hell. Any radio has 4x50 output. That's good enough. Are you kidding me right now? That's good enough. Man, that's crazy. That's real crazy. You don't need to. That's sick. That means any old car radio could do. That's sick. Well, hey, the newer the stuff is. Keep in mind, I'm changing amps and volts by using inductors. I know. But when you do that, you got crispy sound. That's what people need. That's what you love. You don't like that distortion, then this seems like a cool ass way. This is the secret. I will say that is a bold ass secret. I like that. Yeah, the inductors. That's good, which I didn't know about because we didn't have inductors back in the day. And these optical lines. If you can run that to speakers, that's crazy. That's the crispiest you can get. That is so cool. That is so cool. And it doesn't cost that much either. That's the other thing. This isn't like back in the day when I used to put speaker systems in and people are spending like 5Gs, 2500 because the high end equipment was so much different than the lower end. Now you can just buy inductors and do some other stuff. This is the secret. 10 years of math calculations. Oh, he's a, what do you call that? Electronic engineer. Oh man, that's what happens in I know test. See, that's what I used to do when I people would be like, "Hey man, why are you doing this?" I said, that's because this configuration we got. I want to test some things out. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see what this sounds like if I did this and bypass that." And they'd be like, "All right." I said, "Just leave your car for a few hours, man." And while I'm testing stuff out, doing the same thing. I test stuff out. I'm like, let me get this other amp over here. Let me see what the difference is when I plug this one in from the sound that I optimized at. And then you would find out amps are all different. Be like, what the hell, man? All kind of stuff. And test. That's right. To make anyone who loves clear music can afford it. You're right. I will say that when it comes to music, you're going to pay for the clearer you want it. To make anyone who loves clear music can afford it. Yep, that's correct. It seems like you're in the right ballpark. In their cars, they're spending time going back and forth to work. Yep. Oh, and some people, like if you're in SoCal or in the Bay Area in Cali, you're spending potentially 30, 40 minutes, an hour in traffic. So sound matters to not everybody, but a lot of people. So I agree with this. This is cool. All right. Well, we got to wrap it up, EV Place, and everybody else. Thank you again for being here. Another 3 hours, 25 minutes. And this last hour, we've been talking about speaker systems. Go hook up with EV Place. He can get your system sounding crispy and not old school pricing of $1,000, $2,000. But he can get it up to that if you want. So rechargeable, renewable energy, it's even better. So go see him on eBay, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Go over there, see what he's got, and talk to him. And like he said, 10 years of math calculations. That's how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. When somebody studies, you're welcome, man. When somebody studies, they know what they're doing. That's good for you. You get to benefit from all the testing and all of his knowledge, and that gives you a clean, better system, and people will be shocked. That's what usually happens when you get crispy, clear music. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, I can hear stuff that I didn't. You know what's another thing? If there's in songs, there's different frequencies. So you'll be at somebody's house or somebody's car because of their system. You think the song sounds a certain way. Then you go to another place that has a higher frequency or lower frequency, and you realize you were missing some instruments or some sound, and now the music sounds a little bit better and different. People don't even know that they're missing music because they don't have the better systems. It's incredible, really. Music, and it's based on sound, which makes it. That's why I'm like a geek, right? I'm like this geek that likes to experiment with what happens if I add more power through this. What happens if I add less power? I like test all these little different things and figure out maybe I can change the configuration, bypass stuff. It's all crazy. The disadvantage is you will not be able to listen without it. Okay. I don't see a problem. No problem. Let's roll. Let's roll. Hey. And how long does your power system last, though? Is there any timeline on it? I mean, it's rechargeable, renewable, it's lithium. Lithiums wear out eventually. I just don't know how long it takes. But I don't really know if it kind of matters because unless you're going to have your system on, like, you're not going to, I don't think anybody's going to have it unless a road trip for 5, 6, 7 hours. You're not in your car that long. So I guess those lithiums could last for years because every time you drive, you're recharging it so it doesn't lose its full charge, which hurts it. So you're driving it and it's charging. Yeah, so I don't see how this doesn't last for years. Here we go. 2,000 cycles. Yeah, but what do you call a cycle? What do you call a cycle, though? Because you're not going to go down to zero. Unless, I mean, if that's a cycle down to zero. And car battery pack works more like a huge capacitor, so no cycles. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm referring to, the car. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, how is this would last forever? Because how is it going to have a cycle? Unless somebody, unless somebody does some dumb stuff. Cycle is from full to empty. Exactly. They would have to do some dumb stuff, which is not recommended. Go to empty. That'd be dumb stuff. By the way, speaking of that, is there a meter so you know if you're near empty? Out of curiosity. But I guess if you have 2,000 cycles, that really doesn't matter because there's no way you're going to go. You're not even going to go 500 cycles. Let's just get real. Nobody's going to be sitting in the park doing their music for an hour, knowing full well that they only have an hour. They're just going to go, wait, I've been doing this for 45, 50 minutes. I don't need to go cycle this all out. So time to go or turn it into something else. Let's see. Only emergency situation you will use a cycle. Right, exactly. That's about it. I don't. That's what I'm saying. 2,000 cycles, you'll never hit it, and the lithium doesn't deteriorate that rapidly. So you could, in essence, always be on demand at 95% or better. Interesting, interesting, interesting. 2,000 cycles, you're losing 20% capacity. Well then, well then, you're never losing. I thought 2,000 cycles was it, and even then, you're not going to get 2,000 cycles. But okay, so you go down to 80%. So what? Your freaking car would have to be damn near 20 years old. I mean, at least, if not 30, to do 2,000 cycles. That would be crazy. That'd be hard to do. Very hard to do. Very hard to do. So, very. All right, man. We're going to wrap this up. It's been nice talking with the geeks. EV plays the geek, post retirement travel, finds out geek. You know, when we start talking about this, I get giddy. I like being a geek. Now we have to figure out how I can blow something up. All right, we got to come up with new configurations. I'm just messing with you. I don't have any of that. Um, you will get rid of your car first. Exactly. Exactly. There is no freaking way you're going to cycle out on this thing. You're not even going to do the first 2,000 cycles. I don't see how that's possible. I mean, you'd literally have to be doing something like every day, an hour, running it out. And even then, that is 6 years. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way you can do this. That's 6 years if you tried. That'd be 6 years of trying, which is crazy. Purposely running it out after an hour of music. That is not possible. That would be 6 years. So therefore, yeah, you're gonna sell your car is gonna be broken down before it cycles out. So that is awesome. Crispy sound for life. All right, let's wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. You can run 12-volt heater in blizzards, so a lifesaver. Really nice, real nice. Oh, wait. Is this a wireless? What do I mean? Can you wirelessly cut this on? The reason why I say that is, you know how you have vehicles that in the wintertime in cold parts of the world, that if you could heat up your engine before you got in, not warm up, just heat up the fluids, so to speak. That would go a long way during cold season. Speaking of blizzards, that would be sick. That would be sick. That would be real sick. That would be, you know what? That would be real sick. So now we can remote control cut on the car. Remote control cut on the car to get the heaters running. Inside the car, the engine block, some fluids can heat up without having the car on. Is that doable? It is doable. because I could connect to the engine on through the fuse box to power it up. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yep. I can because I'm doing auto control. Pop it on. I could have all systems running without. No, no, no. My car would have started. Damn. That won't work because I'm already cutting my car on. So that defeats the whole purpose. No, 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 no. I can have a switch on the power pack. So I can wire it in to when I power it, it goes up. Yes, it is doable. It's doable. It's doable. It's doable, ladies and gentlemen. If your addition pack is hooded up to your main battery, you can run your regular heat much longer without engine con. This is what I'm talking about. Or use an external 12-volt window heater. Yes, this is true. We can add BMS battery management system. It can communicate with the pack and be turned on and off. Yes, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so now we got winter innovation happening. I like it. People are up here in Canada, in the Northeast, in the Northwest, in the Midwest, and when it gets below 10 degrees, they're coming out to try and start their car. Are we saying I can get my fluids up, pump, let it run, heat up? Oh my God. And then auto start after about 15, 20 minutes because I know my fluids while I'm taking the shower, doing whatever I got to do, get that thing prepped. So then when I start it up, we rolling, my heater's on, everything. Oh man, that would be sick. I don't have to run gas. Oh, hey, gas is pricey, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you running that premium. Let's get real. That would be sick. Don't have to run your car for 15 minutes or whatever. Make sure you got some heat when you go out there. Hell, this could work in Antarctica. Wow, I like this. By Bluetooth from your phone? Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. We have a practical solution. Heating up fluids, heating up engines. Oh, yeah, this could be sick. The pack will be full right after you start your engine. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, this might have another use, wintertime use. Teslas have a heat pack for some reason in their cars, which is weird. Um, but uh, but yeah, people go out and it's freaking 10 degrees out, 15 degrees out, -10 wind chill factors, and go into your car and now having to either start it up then or doing if your car BMW, well, my Beamers don't have the auto. Some cars won't allow the car start up, quick start. So that would help out a lot of people. Heat up the system, program it, stay on for whatever. That would be sick. Your fluids are heated up, your engine's a little warmer, start up, cons coming on would be sick. That'd be sick. Uh-oh, hold on. We got something here. He's saying lithium can't hold a frozen temperature during charging. That's why heat pack. Okay. Hey, people will pay for a heat pack, man, especially if it makes it. Look, there's people that have 3, 4 months of cold weather in freezing temps. They're busting up their engines. They're busting up parts in their engines, in their cars. The fluids are getting abused. I see something could happen here. But isolated pack will do it. There you go. I'm just saying, man. I got to go look something up. In fact, maybe you're gonna go look it up. I'm not gonna be in the business. But the point is, I wonder how many cars when people get up in the morning and the temperature is like 5 degrees. I wonder, or zero. I wonder how many people get to their car and it's like, or what the what? It's not starting. What the? Because batteries do not like cold weather. And most people have lead batteries, lead base. Most people don't have the acid packs. Higher end cars do. But I wonder how often people in 5 degree or 0 degree weather gets that. That's interesting. Pack in a beer cooler. There we go. I like it. All right. We were going to be gone. Now we have to be gone. It's too long. All right. We've had enough fun for the night. We just might have thought of a new situation for cold weather. Because I wonder if it's a thing. I'm going to Google how many people every year can't start their car because the temperature is 5 degrees or 10 degrees or 0 degrees. There's got to be a cutoff. Can you imagine if it says every year there's 3 million people? It'd be like, hold up. What are you saying right now? Um, you know what? Since we're on the business stuff, this is us in the nation. Uh, every year can't start because temperature is 5 degrees or below. I wonder if that's even a thing. There's no statistic. Well, just like we were saying, reduce battery capacity, that's for sure. Okay, a battery can lose a significant portion of its capacity at low temperatures, potentially as much as 60%. Oh, at 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh no, are you serious right now? You can't start your car at 60%. Most batteries are like 14, 15. You need 12 volts. If you lose like 20%, you can't start your car. 30% for sure. 20% you might, I think you can still start your car. But 30% you can't. And you damn sure can't start it at 60% of its capacity. Thicken engine oil. Engine oil becomes thicker, more viscous in cold weather, requiring the engine to work harder to turn over. Oh, increased electrical load. Headlights, heaters, defrosters, seat heaters. Yes, that's true, which further drain the battery. While the exact number of cars failing to start due to the conditions is not available, oh, it's available. Because next I'm going to be going to AAA and see how many service calls they have in the cold weather climate. Oh man, we just stumbled upon something, EV Place, or you did. Just stumbled upon something. These cars in the cold weather where there's well, they said 0 degrees is 60%. So that means 5 degrees is probably, even if it's 50%, you still are done. You can't start your car at 7 volts or 8 volts or 9 volts. You need 12. I didn't know this. So people overnight go out to their car and it's not starting. So that means you have to keep it hooked up to some sort of battery. Your battery has to be hooked up so it's charged, so it'll start. But again, I like the other thing. I'd rather have my oil in the engine. I'd rather that not be at 0 degrees. I'd rather that be at a 30, 40 degrees. I would rather have my battery at 12 volts. Well, more than that, really. 14 volts. I'd rather have that in the morning and be able to cut it on. I think we stumbled upon something, man. Just talking about this is crazy. I like it. I think it's doable. It's doable. We will get back to this idea, Eric. Exactly. I like it, man. I like it. I do. I think it's a necessary. I didn't know it took 60% of battery at zero. Now I'm going to do some calculations myself. I'm going to go look and see when is zero. Um, I see potential also. Yep. AAA is doing well and is always busy when you need it in winter, restarting cars. I see why now. I didn't know there's a lot of places, even just in the Midwest, where a wind chill factor is zero. The weather might be 10 degrees, but the wind chill makes it zero. And even 10 degrees, I'm pretty sure that degrades your value overnight. So AAA is coming out overnight, or whoever is coming out in the morning where people are going out and nothing's happening, or push button, nothing's happening. That's incredible. And therefore, you need a garage. It's a garage. Um, I started 3.0 diesel engine at 0 degrees after a night when that pack was outside. Yeah. Yeah, I like that, man. I like that. Good to hear. Diesel engines has heat coils that require more power than gas to start. I didn't know that. That's cool. Um, I think you found some extra, man. I think you just found the side business because it makes sense. I think I don't know how to configure, but just thinking off the top of my head, I'm like, you can either have, you can do a trickle charge. Well, first of all, my thing is, I don't want their engine oil to be at a low temperature because, like they said, the viscosity matters. So why ruin that? So I want that heated if I could. I would also want my trans heated as well because I don't know how low we can go with transmission fluids. Um, and I need my battery at 12 volts. I think we can do something about this. I think. And in fact, I know we can. You know why? Because you can actually have the battery. I, I you could actually have the battery pack draw or send power to the leads to the battery. So even if it did go down, the car's still going to start because you're going to have more than 12 watts or 12 volts. There's a lot of doable here with a small pack. Not even, I think there's a lot doable here. It's a lot doable. I thought about this, Eric, but I can't get officially on market using recycled cells from government projects. Uh, okay, but you can just do what you're doing now. Word of mouth. Um, how much is the? Well, hold on. Can you even get the cell configuration? Can you buy it outright, or can you buy the cells outright? And how much are they? Officially, they are used even if they have one cycle. True. Okay, so that seems to be the problem. Where can you get these cells and how much are they? Let's just call it new. Let's just go from the top. How much are new ones? We like business. We like investment. We like stuff to talk about. This is how we do it. If anybody has anything to say, please do so. Let me know how much are these. I don't even know what they really are, but these lithium packs, how much are they? And it's getting packs, different configurations. Getting packs in different configurations. Right, that's what I'm saying. You're doing that, but I'm talking about if you had to buy them new, or is buying them new even possible? How much are they? Let's go look. I'll just go look it up myself. I don't have the lithium stuff. Oh, lithium ion battery pack. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what I'm looking at, but um, cool. Okay, battery. My source was battery hookup, but they are out. Okay, so are you able to say how much? Not the recycle ones or used ones. I'm testing some new cells from China right now. Oh, good man. Good man. You should. China's ahead on the renewable energy frontier, quite frankly. They're set on it. They have billions of a billion. They have about a billion people. And so they are seriously recyclable allows for them energy to rural areas, and their whole country is damn near rural. And so people are still out there without electricity and running water. It's crazy. There's so many people. So yeah, they're big on it, and I can't blame them. If I was them, I would have, man, the faster I can get renewable energy out, at least I got people being able to use modern stuff, electricity. That'd be sick. Okay. I have enough cells to build 30 more packs. That's cool. Good. Then you're good. Then I need to switch chemistry. Hey, it's all good, man. We'll talk about this another time. But I think you have another calling to create. And you're also in the cold weather area. So you automatically know how many people are sitting there stranded. Okay, Eric, I was buying 60 cells for 150. But see, that's the recycles, right? And I can make 2.5 packs from it. Um, yeah, but those aren't new, right? Those are the ones that kind of like recycle. So you're testing the new Chinese one. So 500. Okay. I was buying 60 cells, 150, can make 2.5 packs from it. Oh, well, 500. 500 for brand new ones? Wait, hold on. Are we talking about 500 for a brand new one? And how many packs can you make? Is that the same 2.5 packs or two? 1 second. Let's do you. Oh, are these are the ones recycle ones, or these are the new ones? Which ones? Because that I guess they're used, so that would be cool. So what's the 500 represent? 500 for 2.5 packs of the old one. Oh, okay. All right. I need some water here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have any left hardly. All right. Okay. I still need to test those new ones. Okay, so those aren't the Chinese ones though. That's what what's the new ones cost? Not the recycles. Are you saying the new ones are 500? The Chinese ones? I don't have numbers yet on wholesale for new ones. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Well, that's what we're talking about. Wholesale. Okay. Um do me a favor. Send me a pic of what the pack actually one of the packs actually looks like without being in its cage, so to speak. So then that way, because I look online and I see like a 500-watt pack, and it just looks like a square box. But I don't think that's for. I don't know what I'm looking at. It just says it's an actual lithium 500-watt pack, and then it shows some leads. I've paid 160 for twice as much capacity. Okay. All right. I find this very interesting because cost will matter. I mean, let's face facts, rolling up on somebody where they say, "Hey, this is good for your vehicle," and it costs $1,000. I mean, that kind of limits customer base. You have real pictures on eBay. Okay, cool. Is that, I thought, is that the one unit? I've seen the pack, but is that one unit or is that, I thought that was put together or something put together. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Okay. All right. Just keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you like what we talk about. If you have any contributions, hey, there's a comment section down below. And don't forget, it's stressful out here. I got I got police rolling up 6, 7 deep. At least that's what it says on their chest in DC right now, walking through neighborhoods, asking people that's sitting around at their house or at their friend's house in front of their house, going, "Hey, you, do you have ID?" Like, what the hell's going on here? What, you don't need my ID. There's no crimes committed. I'm sitting here chilling. What's your problem? That's what they're doing in DC. And they're planning on trying to roll this type of thing out, dictatorship, authoritarianism. They're rolling this out, and that is a problem. And people have got into conflicts because you have 6, 7 people rolling up and asking questions, acting like police, and saying, "Let me have your ID. I'm going to try to arrest you for standing around, not committing a crime." This is a problem. So anyhow, I saw a video about the guys the police rolled up. They were like, one guy starts, "Let me see your ID." The dude's like, "Nah, I live here. What is your problem? I didn't do nothing. What, somebody call the police or something? What are you doing?" Then the next guy's like, "Oh, we're just coming here to make sure you're not out drinking in a on the street, walking around and smoking weed on the street, walking around." I'm like, seriously, people minding their own business, sitting here, and they were 6, 7 people sitting there at their house on their front porch, and the cops are pulling up looking like a mob, asking questions. I'm like, this don't go over well, especially in a black neighborhood, because police is traditionally not my friend. It looks a different way when police are rolling up to minorities in America. All right, that's a threat, especially if they're 6 deep, 7 deep, and asking for IDs. It's like, hold up, nobody did anything wrong around here. What you doing? You're in the wrong place. What's happening? I mean, this is crazy. Um, yes, one unit contained 24 cells, 48 amps, 700 watts. Okay, so it is 24. Okay, 24 cells. 4 groups of cells by 6 in parallel, 8 amps each cell, 48 amps total. Okay, all right. 24 cells, 6 by 4. Okay, and then it's packed up. And then you can do parallel, so you can do 96 and have 1400 watts, but then you don't need 1400 watts. I don't think. We are going back to stop and frisk policy. Yeah, man. Which was, which is, which is actually by the Supreme Court unconstitutional. Right. Exactly. Sitting at your house. This is what I'm saying. I'll end this live stream with American Nightmare. Here's what I'm saying. If you have 6, 7 armed people with authority walking around your street, asking questions, Let me see your ID. Do you live here? What? And you're not in doing anything but chilling. That's a problem. And it's even more of a problem when I have military police when I drive down the street posted up somewhere. That's a problem. Some people would say not, but I say the same interaction they have in one location, they don't have in the other. That's the problem. So you live in a better neighborhood, the police show up, they're like, "How are you doing? Everything all right? See you later." But in another neighborhood, if they treated people in the rich neighborhood the same as the other people and they rolled up and said, "Hey, man, what are you doing? Let me get your ID." They're going to be like, "For what? What? What are you guys? Who are you guys? What are you doing here? You're 6, 7, 8 deep with guns, weapons, pepper spray, something that says police on your uniform. What are you doing here?" That would be most people's responses. Walk in the street. You'd be like, what are you doing? Are you even real police? There's no police car. I'm like, who are you people? And so if somebody tries to grab you in that situation, you have 5 or 6 people, they have 5 or 6 people. What do you think is going to happen? There's going to be an interaction. I mean, you should just keep walking, minding your own business. There's nothing happening. But they got to stop. Start asking, "Let me see your ID," and bullshit. Stop and frisk is bad. In fact, let me go check because Supreme Court is wiggy. Um, they're wiggy with this. They might have flipped off on us and changed back to this crazy nonsense. Stop and frisk legal in America. Let's go see. I thought it was a Supreme Court case that said no, you can't do that. Yes, stop and frisk is legal in the United States, but with significant limitations. The Terry stop, that's right. Supreme Court in 1968, Terry versus Ohio, allows law enforcement to briefly detain an individual and pat down their outer clothing for weapons if they have reasonable suspicion that the person is armed and dangerous. Oh, guess what? Where I come from, I mean, I didn't grow up in the hood, but I still, where I come from, police roll up. They're going to stop you. They might pat you down. They might be like, you're suspicious just for walking. So this BS right here depends on what neighborhood you live in. However, this practice has faced ongoing controversy and legal challenges due to concerns about racial profiling. You think? And its impact on civil liberties, because that's exactly what stop and frisk is. It's racial profiling. So the cops pull up. They're like, "See black guys, see the Latino guys." Remember, I'm a California kid. I've been pulled over plenty of times driving while black. And then the next thing I hear from them is, "I smell weed. Is you have a weapon in the car?" And I'm just like, dudes, really? You guys already ran my license plate. You already know who I am. You already run my background. You know I don't do drugs. You know I've never been in problem with drugs, weapons, nothing. But yet you're still going to ask me. Because I know your next thing. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. I mean, what do you mean let you make sure? What'd you stop me for? Like, what? You just coming to what? I didn't. What? You giving me a ticket or something? I don't know about. What ticket am I getting? What ticket is this? What am I getting? Just here's my license and ID. Just here's my insurance and ID. Here. Now what? What is there anything else you have to talk to me about? Just give me my ticket. Now I have an attitude according to them. Now I get hemmed up. Then I have more of an attitude. I'm just saying. That's how it is with me. Until, well, I'll tell you guys, I got in trouble with these guys, with the police, right? And then there was lawsuits. Audio files are around us. Yep, that's true. In small towns like mine, cops are our neighbors, so it will not happen. Oh, yeah, yeah. They're not coming to your city, man. They're not coming up there where you are in Massachusetts. No, no, no. No, 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 no. They're going to Chicago, um, Detroit. Hmm, what other place? That's about it. New York. There you go. I'm looking for my black cities, considered black cities. A lot of black people cities. DC's one. Uh, New York. A lot of immigrants are in New York, so that's pretty. Then they're going to go to Chi-Town. Then they can go to Detroit. If they show up in Oakland, they're already kind of in Cali, but this can keep going on and on. And according to Project 2025, it will go on and on, putting people in jeopardy. The same guys that they shoot because they say they're scared of without a weapon on them, black people, Latins, the same people they shoot that police shoot because they're afraid and say, "Oh, hey, I'm afraid of my safety." Now they have no problem walking down the street 6, 7 deep. They're not afraid of their safety. I'm like, what the frick's going on? Get your story straight. Thought you guys were scared. You're not scared? All of a sudden, you're not afraid of people having weapons? I mean, you're just walking around. This is crazy to me. All small towns like mine, cops are neighbors. Yeah, man, but you never know who your cop friends are. I'll give you my last story. I have plenty of stories about cops, but one of my stories I'll tell you right now before Friday night. Driving down Watt Avenue, Sacramento, my friend has a green Granada. I think they made that thing in 1976, something like that, maybe 1980. I mean, a big ass green garbage GM car. Not messed up or anything. It's just, they don't make that car. It was weird, out of place. But anyhow, we're sitting at the stoplight. We're driving down. There's traffic, so there's no speeding. There's no nothing. But he's black too. So we're sitting in the car. We're three back from the light. All of a sudden, we hear whoop, whoop. So I'm just like not even paying no attention because we're in a city, so whoop, whoop could mean anything. But then my man says, "Hey, man, they're right behind me. I think they're pulling us over." I said, "Oh, come on, man. We're at a stoplight. You can't be serious right now. Come on. Let's just." So we start rolling off. And sure enough, whoop, whoop, pull over. I was like, is this for real right now? So, anyhow, we pull over into like 7-Eleven, whatever it was. And it's even worse. It's a black cop with a black car, undercover, doesn't say police on it. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So anyhow, the cop gets out his unmarked vehicle and he goes up to my friend and says, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm like, "What? What's this what going on thing?" What I'm like, "What'd you pull us over for?" And he tells him, "Hey, man, you better tell your friend to be quiet or both of you are going to jail." I'm like, "Is this a joke right now?" I was like, "What are you doing?" We're both out the car, not because he hemmed us up. We just got out the car because we parked at the 7-Eleven or whatever it was. We're just like, well, we'll see what he is because we're sitting in traffic. Obviously, it's not a traffic stop. So he's just hemming us up, like talking, like he's like, "Hey, man." So my friend says, "Okay, so what did you pull me over for?" And of course, I interjected with whatever. And then he says something like, "Well, let me see your IDs." I'm like, "What?" For what? What did you what did you pull us over for? And he starts the thing again. You better tell your friend to be quiet. Both of y'all are going to jail. I'm like, come on, man. Are you serious right now? And next thing I know, I don't know what happened. Maybe he had something in his ear, or I don't know what the problem was. Next thing I know, he's like, all right, see you guys later. Have a good day. I'm like, look at this crap, man. Now, not a white guy, not a white cop, black cop. Pulled us over for no reason. Had nothing to say other than let me see your IDs. I'm like, this is too much. But in my like I said, my experience, I don't care if the cop is white, black, or Latin. They all do the same thing. And I always told my friends, and I always told friends of cop friends, I would say, yeah, whenever I'd be at a party and a guy goes, I'm a cop and stuff like that, I just look at him sideways. I'm like, okay, nice to meet you. And then I always say, hey, I think it's kind of funny that you guys always have to hang out at your own cop bar. And they're like, what? I said, yeah, I think it's kind of funny that you guys just can't hang out in, you know, normal areas. And I said, I have a theory about that. I think it's all that fucked up shit you guys do to so many people that's why you just don't go and hang out in any old bar. All you cops have to hang out at the same bar. Dude's like, you're funny. I said, nah, not really. But the point is, I always wonder why you guys always hang out at your own cop bar. I said, I know why now because I've been involved with a lot of cops all the time pulling me over for no damn reason. And these dudes are like, Eric, this ain't the time. I'm like, I have disdain, but you know what's even worse? If there's a problem and I'm in distress, guess who I got to call? 911. When they come, I got to worry about if they're going to shoot my ass. And I'm like, this is a whole different world for a black guy. Man, whole different world. They need to call Batman in Chi-Town. It's bad over there. God, dog, man, I could tell you guys stories for days that American citizens don't know. Big cities, different story. Yeah. In small towns, yeah, it won't happen. I'll give you one last story. All right. Men's in the black. Exactly. Cop bar theory. Exactly. Exactly. They don't like it either. I said, I know. You guys can't hang out. Because what happens is you guys have jacked over so many people that you walking around in general population, you are looking over your shoulder. Is that the dude that I beat with the baton? Is that the dude that I shot his friend in the leg? Is that the dude that when I went to the jail and I put the cuffs on him and broke his wrist? Is that, I said, dude, stop playing with me. You guys are too much. You're too much. I was like, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I said, I don't blame you. I don't blame you guys, though. You should hang out in your own bar because, again, looking over your shoulder is one hell of a bad thing. That's bad karma. I said, I can understand why you guys are scary because after you've done so much dirt, you're thinking, did I do some dirt to this dude or his friend before? I don't know. I better be ready just in case he goes off. I said, I get all of your tension. Maybe you should try to the protect and serve part instead of harass and hurt part. Dudes get mad. I'm just like, that's what you guys are doing. Harass and hurt. There, what's that protect and serve? I said, you know, at one time there used to be where cops were actually hanging out at the park. How you guys doing today? You want to play a little hoops for 5 or 10 minutes? What you guys doing out here on the baseball field? Let me get in some batting practice or something. You guys can field some. I mean, how's the neighborhood going? Is everything cool around here? Making sure there ain't no problems. That's what they used to do. Now you guys are the problem. I mean, don't get me started. Don't get me started. All right. I was going to give you another cop story. I'll just end it with this. How many people watching this in replay and live? Make a comment down below if you've ever been arrested, in jail, and when you called the bail bondsman and you called home, that you are not in jail. You're not in jail, but you're in jail. Not 1 day, not 2 days, 3 days come. You're still not in jail. Do you guys know where you live? A lot of people don't know where you live. All right? Let's just put it that way. You don't know where you live. Shit's been going down for a long time. A long time. And things are about to get worse for a lot of certain groups of our citizenry. Just saying. Protect yourself at all costs, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, I'm just going to end this on another note, because when things go sideways, you will need a little brass. Oh, I know what I was going to say, because EV Place mentioned Chi-Town. Okay. Remember, I'm California kid. Chi-Town is Oakland. Same, similar things, right? So let me ask you guys something. So if I tell you that there's a large amount of people in a certain section of town, and there's a little turmoil, like Chi-Town. Chicago has this south side, right? That, pretty much runs rampant. It's spilling over sometimes into the other areas. You know all those weapons that they take off the street? What do you think happens to those? So, Illinois has gun laws. So that means you can't just roll up in the gun store and immediately get a weapon, right? You got to get checked out. You got to, whatever their time frame is, wait a day or two before it can release to you, and background check comes back and you're good, right? So criminals can't get weapons that way. Breaking and entering, well, breaking and entering is at your own risk every time you try to break and enter, right? So you really can't roll in and get a lot of weapons that way. How about going to another state? The theory, go to another state, I go to a gun show. That don't work either. So once you eliminate the places you can get a gun, robbery, I can go rob a gun store, but you're taking your risk in your own hands. So where else can you get hundreds of weapons into an area that has a lot of murders all the time? I'm about to tell you guys something that people will not believe. You know, there's alleys in Chi-Town. How would you like to hear about crates of weapons dropped in the worst areas of the city on purpose? We'll get back to that another day. You guys don't know where you live. America is not what it appears to be. So yes, there's a reason the bad stuff happens in Chi-Town. It's actually being helped. I'm pretty sure there's probably, even since we have YouTube and social media, I'd be willing to bet you there's probably people that even talk about this. I'm pretty sure there has to be. Because can you imagine rolling up? Yeah, things aren't what they appear to be. Oh, wait, we have somebody from Chi-Town. The freight train's in Chi-Town. Tomorrow, Larry knows what I'm talking about. Facts. She knows what I'm talking about. Yes, from cops back to market. There you go, EV Place. See you Friday. That's it exactly. I forgot we have a Chi-Town resident. That's right. She knows what I'm talking about. The freight train, too. Yep, she knows. That's right. I told you guys I used to get around. Like I said, this is one of the reasons cops roll up on me. I'm skeptical of being good intentions. I'm telling you straight up. And if I call them, I'm thinking they're on the other side too. I'm thinking, oh, damn, I'm going to be in trouble when I need help. Who knows what's going to happen when they show up, because they damn sure ain't going to be like, hey, how can I help you, sir? That's not it. They're thinking I'm the suspect. It's crazy. Crazy. I had police come to my house one time, three deep, guns drawn. My door is wide open, and I'm standing literally 5 feet in my doorway. And then I see them come around the corner, hunched down with their weapons drawn, and I'm just like, what's up? I'm like, what's up? Something happened? Is there some shooting going on here somewhere? What the? Oh, yeah. Oh, and by the way, that's a good neighborhood, too. Well, yeah. Antelope, California. That's a nice neighborhood. Um, yeah, nice neighborhood. And that's how they rolled up to my house. Guns drawn, hunched down like there was something going on. I couldn't believe it. I saw three like black, they were black. So I saw three guys with their gun down. I saw a badge. So then I was like, okay, these are innocent. I don't know who they were, but I was just like thinking, this might be the day that I get shot by cops. But no, they didn't draw anything. They just rolled up. But still, that's how they came. When there was nothing at the house. There's nobody's there at the house. Just nothing's happening. My door's open. It was crazy. Um, it was that was crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in so many situations. Friends have been in so many situations by being minority, being walking around America as a minority. And I'm referring to, I have Mexican friends, Latin friends, I got Guatemalan friends, I got friends, Haitian friends, I got friends of all the spectrum. And I see nothing but, we're having a party, music playing, the whole neighborhood, house parties there. And cops roll up acting like there's a problem, even though the whole neighborhood's there, literally. It's like, hey, here's the neighbor here, here's the neighbor there, here's the five neighbors, the 5, 6 houses down. Everybody's here. You got to end this right now. It's like, what the heck, man? Come on. You guys are too much. All right. So, anyhow, my warning, you got to understand, just because you believe that police are good guys because they tell everybody else is bad guys are bad, just remember one thing: police were slave catchers. All right. So if you look at it from that perspective, and then you look at how, when you go, how police interact with white people versus people of color, there's a great disparity. And that disparity is huge. Then when you go to court, you should sit at courtrooms and watch when people get sentenced. You will be amazed. Well, not really. You will see the same crime committed by the same people, and you'll see you go on probation. Of course, we know that's the white dude. Black guy comes up, 10 years. Same crime, same circumstance, damn near identical, but different sentences. That's what you guys really should do. Don't listen to people say, we don't do this, we don't do that. You should go sit in court and see everything. Then you're going to be like, holy smokes, what the hell's going on? This dude didn't even do half of what this guy did. This dude goes on probation. This dude gets 5 years. It's like night and day, two different things. So I implore a man and a woman, when you have a child, I implore you to go down to child support, when they have court cases for child support, you will learn a lot too. You should sit in there when the sentence comes up or decision comes up for who gets the kid, how many days out of the month, how much child support supposed to be. Once again, the numbers are different.